Good morning and welcome to CECE Summit 2021, the annual event of the Committee for European Construction Equipment. My name is Malcolm Larry. I'll be your host and moderator for today's event, which is being broadcast from the CECE headquarters here in Brussels. And it's going to be a very dynamic, interesting event full of keynotes, panel discussions, lots of interaction from participants. And one of the things that we really would like to do today, as we're having this hybrid event, we have some people in the building for us, but most of the audience is coming in digitally, is we'd like a lot of interaction from you on our platform. So while I'm the host and moderator, I'm not the only one who's going to be helping with that role, because joining me today is our hyper moderator, Sabrina Myers. Welcome, Sabrina.
Thank you, Malcolm. And thank you, everyone, and welcome to the CECE Summit 2021. I'm Sabrina Myers, your hyper moderator today. And I'm here to tell you all the ways that you can engage and interact with all of us during the event today. Now, first of all, the most important thing is that we want to hear from you, your questions, your comments, your insights, your perspective on all the fantastic sessions that we have lined up for you today. So firstly, just under the stream, you can use Slido to submit all your questions, comments, and also provide answers to the polls that we will be running to some of the sessions today. I'm also going to be monitoring our Twitter account, which is at CC_Europe. So follow us on Twitter if you don't already, and make sure when you do tweet us, tag us, and also use our hashtag #WeMakeToBuild, which you can see on the screen right here. We're also on LinkedIn. Our page is CECE Committee for European Construction Equipment. So please do follow the page and updates, and also tag us if you do any LinkedIn posts. Now, drop your questions, drop your comments. We want to hear from you. We want to make this as interactive and engaging as possible. And on that note, back to you, Malcolm.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. And I think it would be great to kick off with the comments just to say hello from. Where are you sitting today? Say hello from. Hello from Copenhagen. Hello from Frankfurt. Where are you sitting? Where are you watching from today? Jump on and let's begin the interaction right from the beginning of the day. Now, this event, of course, is supported by some amazing sponsors, and I'd love for us to roll the sponsor video now because we have some amazing sponsors for the event. The first sponsor is Configit. Then we're followed by Moog, Hexagon, and Trimble are our event sponsors today. We have a fantastic media partner in Construction Europe magazine. And of course, we have really important exhibition partners also joining us on this journey. We have Bauma, Intermat, ConExpo, Somota, and M&T Expo. So as you can see on the screen coming up, we have these fantastic sponsors. So we're really, really grateful because this event is only possible because companies like Configit, Moog, Hexagon, Trimble decide to join us on this journey. And our media partner, Construction Europe magazine, and our exhibition partners really make this event possible. So please support them whenever you can. So with that, I think it's time to begin the day's journey. I'm really excited. As I said, we've got panel discussions, keynotes, some really great conversations happening in the studio. And to kick off the day, there is no one better than Niklas NILLROTH, CECE President. Welcome, Niklas. Please join me in the studio.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, well known to you all, I'm sure, Niklas NILLROTH holds the position of Vice President for Sustainability and Public Affairs at Volvo Construction Equipment, in addition to your role as CECE President. You first joined Volvo in 1998. You've held many key roles and gained a lot of broad experience in product development. Also notably, you're the chairman of the Swedish Association for Construction Equipment. But we're going to have a conversation today about your presidency, which will sadly come to an end at the end of the year.
Right.
We'll have a discussion about that. But before we begin our discussion, I think it would be really great if we could roll the video that is about CECE and about the work that CECE does and how they support the construction equipment industry. Please roll the video.
Buildings and infrastructure connect and serve people all over the globe. Without the right equipment, construction companies wouldn't be able to build houses, offices, roads, bridges, railways, airports or wind farms. Governments wouldn't be able to respond effectively to natural disasters, and economies worldwide would flounder. Since we were founded in 1959, we've been the voice of construction equipment manufacturers in Europe. Our mission is to ensure a fair, coherent and business-friendly regulatory environment, both within the single market and globally. We collect the views of our members to identify industry needs that we then present to European legislators. Today, our sector is thriving as investment in housing, buildings and infrastructure in Europe continues to grow at a pace. Made up of around 1,200 companies, the sector employs more than 300,000 people. And while over 60% of construction equipment manufacturers are small to medium enterprises, they're responsible for 20% of all global production, 26 billion euros worth of exports, and have a combined annual revenue of approximately 40 billion euros. Our sector is also highly innovative. Productivity, environmental sustainability, and operators' safety have always driven that innovation. For example, modern machinery technology helps process waste material into products that can be reused directly on site, contributing to the EU's target to reduce demolition waste. Outdoor construction machines are now quieter to operate, minimizing their impact on citizens. And emissions of nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons and other harmful pollutants from new construction equipment are at their lowest levels ever. The digital evolution of the construction sector is taking that innovation further, with smart machines now a regular feature of increasingly connected construction sites. Societies rely on construction to grow and prosper, and the construction industry relies on access to the best equipment. Our sector provides the tools that make our everyday lives possible.
Great. So we're back in the studio with Niklas NILLROTH, President of CECE. Niklas, thank you for joining us. It's great that you could make the trip.
Great to be here.
Great. So I would just like to ask you, we've been through a very tumultuous period with the pandemic and many disruptions to the economy and travel and trade, etc. Where are we now? What's the state of the union, so to speak, as you see it?
And to answer that question, I would like to look back a bit. And when we entered into last year, entered into 2020, I think we forecasted a slight decrease in terms of a business within, especially the European construction equipment industry. But what we didn't know then, of course, was that COVID would hit us all. And I think we all was a bit scared of, we didn't know what this would lead to. And of course, the uncertainty in terms of forecast was extremely high. And most companies and also the CECE Association, of course, took measures to protect our business and protect the financial situation. Fortunately, I think it was the outcome was a bit better than expected. On the global level, definitely, I think the Chinese industry was really leading, and some stimulus packages, of course, contributed to that. So last year was tough, but okay, you can say.
Yeah.
And on your question then, currently, I think we all know that we are almost in a peak situation within our industry, which is a great surprise, looking back again where we were just 18 months ago.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, I'd also really like you to comment on how you saw the industry respond to this situation from your perspective. I mean, I think it's been quite amazing.
Yeah, and I think we show that we are an industry that is agile and which is flexible. When we need to move fast, we can move fast. And of course, we were prepared for this radical downturn. But it wasn't that bad. But still, I think we proved that we have the flexibility within the industry.
Yeah. And, I know from, let's shift now to you, because I think that you've done such a great job. And we've had many discussions, and I can see from those discussions that there are two things that you're very, very passionate about for this industry. One is sustainability, which is obviously a key driver, but also diversity. And we're going to be having a panel on diversity in this industry later. Let's talk a little bit about that. Where do you see that going? What do you see the drivers are? What should we think about? Because we talked about, decarbonisation, the Fit for 55 package, etc.
Yeah. And for sure, sustainability is a driver within our industry, but I would say in the society in general. Definitely not only within our construction equipment industry. But you mentioned about sustainability and diversity, and I would like to combine those two areas. I think they really fit together. Starting with the sustainability, of course, decarbonization is the key driver within our industry. We know about our greenhouse gas footprint from our industry. This is something we need to address, and we are doing a lot of good things. I think we can see now on almost a daily basis there are different news on the partnerships, on new innovations, on pilots addressing those items. Still a lot of things to do and a lot of great challenges, but we're on that task definitely. And one of the drivers is, of course, the Fit for 55 package from the EU. And Europe will be the leading continent in terms of decarbonization. And I think in our industry, we need to benefit on that. We will take a lead also in this area, as we have done historically in so many different innovation areas. But this means, of course, a great change.
Yeah.
I think change is the key word here.
Yep.
Because historically within our industry, we have made a lot of great improvements, both in terms of products, but also in terms of business models. But they have been kind of incremental, I would say.
Yep.
Now we are standing in front of a bigger challenge, which means a bigger change. It means some kind of paradigm shift. And of course, when it comes to resources and the people in our industry, we also need to look into new areas, new opportunities. And then we come to diversity.
Yeah.
And not the least, women, the resource of women in these kind of technology industries will be important to capture. And as you say, I'm really passionate to drive that topic.
Yeah, and we can see, I'm sure nobody who worked in the construction equipment industry in the 1990s or early 2000s thought they'd be hiring a data mining expert or somebody who was an AI specialist or would even knew what AI was. So we're on this incredibly steep hill of digitalization, innovation. And I certainly agree with you that bringing in that diversity and especially young people, bringing younger people into the industry and making the industry attractive. We had many discussions and, the construction equipment industry is now a technology industry. This is tech.
For sure.
And as we'll see in today's discussion, so many of the topics being discussed are tech heavy. So we really have that diversity to bring in of skills and talents.
And I really would like to underline what you say. Diversity is not only about gender diversity.
No.
It's really to capture the different kind of resources that we need for this big change that I see in front of the industry.
Yeah, and also we have a highly mobile global workforce now. So we can pull into the talent pool people from all over the world as well. So there's all kinds of diversity we can bring into the industry. And as we'll discuss during the panel, that really important that we also, while we focus on women especially, which is important, we have a very three-dimensional approach to that diversity. In the last minutes that we have, I would like to really focus on you because I would really like, firstly, to thank you for being a great president, steering the ship so well for CECE during this time. So let's do a little bit of reflection here. So what are the wins and losses, the pros and cons that you've experienced? So on your scorecard, how do you see it?
And first of all, when I entered into this president role, that was by 1st of January 2020. And we all know, I've already mentioned this, we all know what happened just a few weeks after that. So the expectations from my side to meet face-to-face customers, of course, the CECE staff, visiting trade shows, meeting policymakers here in Brussels and so on. We need to again be flexible and change that agenda. So it has been very much a digital presidency for the Swedish Association and myself personally. And I can say when it comes to the wins, it's really the ability or the opportunity to work with this great staff in Brussels. And even if it has been digital, it has been online, so it has worked very well. So I think that's a positive part of it. Also, when it comes to me personally, I think this has meant a great personal development, really. Looking into the total industry of construction equipment, of course that develops your personality, and it has been 2 great years, really.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, we've all been to the pandemic boot camp of personal development over the last year and a half, everybody developing, but I can certainly imagine that getting to know the industry from that helicopter view and seeing all of the moving parts and understanding them must also bring tremendous value to your role at Volvo in the future. So that's a great win. So just in closing, we have a new president coming in, Alexandre, coming in for 2022. It's just been rubber stamped yesterday, I believe.
Right.
What's your message to Alexandre?
I would say that my key message is that I propose that we continue on the journey that we have now started. And of course, I really hope and I believe that the opportunities for Alexandre to be more present in these kind of live situations that I just mentioned. I really believe that Alexandre will be a great asset in that. And I really congratulate Alexandre and the Evolis, the French Association, to the presidency for 2022 and 2023.
Fantastic. In a moment, we're going to have a recorded message from one of your colleagues, Gerassimos, come up. But before I do that, I just want to say, on behalf of CECE, thank you so much for being a great president, for being a great role model to us all of how to do that role, and for everything that you've contributed. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Malcolm.
Thank you. So, coming up now, we have a recorded message from Gerassimos Thomas, Director General in the Director General for Taxation and Customs Union at the European Commission. And unfortunately, he could not join us live today, couldn't be available for the session to join us in person, but he was kind enough to record his message about what he thinks is critical to focus on with CECE over the next 12 months. Please roll the video.
Good morning, and thanks to everyone at the Committee for European Construction Equipment for inviting me to introduce your 2021 summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lived through unprecedented times over the last 2 years. Our personal lives and those of our workforces have been uprooted. Industry and business have had to find new ways of working to stay operational and competitive. And policymakers have had to grapple with and make sense of an ever-shifting society. Constructing the Europe of tomorrow is our joint mission, the Commission, the Member States, the private sector, and the civil society. We all need to be part of it. The construction industry is one of the 14 ecosystems identified in the EU's updated industrial strategy. The construction equipment industry is a fundamental part of this ecosystem. The role that you can play in realizing our goals cannot be underestimated. We have to think about long-term strategies and can revitalize business and our economies while living up to our responsibilities to our planet. The EU has since July this year a binding goal to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 and become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. This goal was agreed at the highest level by the Commission, the European Parliament, and the heads of state and government of the 27 member states. It is a key ingredient of our growth strategy and a key component of our external strategy. There can be no turning back. The goal is set. It's now a question of how to get there. In this year's Fit for 55 package, the Commission chose a balanced approach based on a holistic triangle of important regulatory initiatives such as reviewing the EU's energy efficiency rules, pricing and market-based measures such as the strengthening of the EU emission trading system, and an updated energy taxation framework. This is a carefully calibrated package. Each component is fundamental to take us to the new objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030 and getting them down to zero by 2050. To get there, we need results in all the above areas at the same time. This also means that if individual measures get dropped during the negotiations by Council and Parliament, others must be strengthened. We count on your support, the industry support, to get this transformative package adopted across the board. Ladies and gentlemen, the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is underway, and I know that the construction equipment industry is already contributing to the future by investing in research and development, by introducing more diversity and reflecting wider society in your workforces, by striving to make your processes greener and more environmentally friendly. You are quite literally helping to build our common future. At EU level, we have introduced an immediate stimulus package called the Next Generation EU to help build a stronger, more resilient post-pandemic Europe. Over the next 7 years, if we add Next Generation EU and the multi-annual financial framework, the EU will spend close to 1.8 trillion euro in supporting investment. Over 550 billion euro will be spent in green transition action. Construction is fundamental in climate mitigation and adaptation measures both inside and outside the EU. These aspects are important to your industry's lifeblood and present big opportunities. Allow me to zero in on some of the key actions that we are taking that I believe can help your companies to complete and to reach our full potential in the coming decades. First, a word on corporate taxation. 2 weeks ago, 136 governments worldwide struck an historic global agreement on corporate taxation at the OECD level. All EU member states are part of these agreements, and we are proud of it. This agreement reflects the EU's strong commitment to fair taxation and to ensuring the businesses pay their fair share of tax where it is rightfully due. A minimum 15% effective tax rate will be charged on profits by multinational companies with a turnover of over 750 million euro, the so-called Pillar 2. And taxing rights on profits of very big and profitable multinationals will be reallocated to where consumers and users are located. The so-called Pillar 1 will modernize corporate tax rules to the digital age, ensuring a fair distribution of tax revenue globally. The Commission will move forward quickly to implement the new rules, in particularly those on minimum effective taxation. All in all, it means a fairer system for the SMEs that form the backbone of the EU's economy. Smaller companies should no longer have to make up the shortfall of revenues caused by non-taxation of multinational profits. Second, EU industry, including your own, have already made impressive efforts to lower greenhouse gas emissions from production. We want to help you build on this. As part of these efforts, we have proposed a Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM, which mirrors closely the EU's emissions trading system. It will address carbon leakage, whereby EU-made products get replaced by more carbon-intensive imports, or where EU companies move production abroad as our own emission requirements become tighter. We first focus on those industries most at risk of carbon leakage, introducing a price for the embedded CO2 emissions in imported cement, fertilizers, iron and steel, aluminium and electricity. Our proposal is to run a dry CBAM from 2023 to 2025 that will allow us to collect information from importers, with the full mechanism being applied from January 2026. During our conversations with the industries concerned, we have their commitment to work together and make sure that implementation arrangements are realistic and without undue administrative burden. The objective is to help business green their investments worldwide as of 2026. Contrary to reports, the CBAM is not being set up to generate revenues. It is an environmental measure that puts pressure on countries outside the EU to go greener. Most importantly, the proposed CBAM has shown how serious we are about promoting global change. The EU is a leading actor in COP26 in Glasgow. Setting our ambitions high is already having a positive impact. Some countries have already signaled their intention to introduce carbon pricing or regulation that can reduce adjustments at the EU border. Many have also followed our lead by announcing their ambition to become carbon neutral by 2050. And ahead of November's COP 2026, big players like Russia and China are making serious commitments on carbon pricing and emission cuts. Finally, through our proposed revision of the Energy Taxation Directive, we are committed to making sure that the best performing fuels get better tax treatment than the fossil fuels polluting fuels. We know that your business, the construction equipment industry, has invested extensively in the use of alternative fuels and energy sources. Our proposal for a gradual introduction over 10 years of new minimum rates for other fuels will help industry to adjust. We are also supporting EU member states in the management of the recent spike in energy prices and remain committed to helping households and businesses avoid any negative impact. We have put a complete toolbox at the disposal of the member states that are best placed to decide which measure is best for their vulnerable citizens and their small companies. We all know that the long-term solution is the transformation of our energy mix and markets in line with the Fit for 55 package in the Green Deal. Ladies and gentlemen, the motto of today's event is "We make to build." Thank you for your support and your contribution to building a more innovative, diverse and greener European Union. And thank you again for inviting me to address you today. I wish you a fruitful and motivating edition of your summit.
Well, that was a really interesting message that we had about the scale and scope of what we're dealing with here with the construction equipment industry. And we're going to now take a peek into future scenarios. And we have two fantastic speakers who are going to help us see what it will be happening in the future and the kind of developments that are happening on the ground now that we can see moving into the marketplace over the next few years. And joining us for the first session via Zoom is Professor Jürgen Weber. And Professor Weber is the director of the Institute for Mechatronic Engineering at the Technische Universität in Dresden. And since 2010, Professor Jürgen Weber was appointed a university professor and the chairman of the Fluid Mechatronic Systems Technology at the TU Dresden. Now, in 2018, he was promoted to the leader of the Institute of Mechatronic Engineering. But far from being an academic, he spent 13 years in industry in leading positions at the R&D department and agriculture and construction machinery manufacturer CNH. Professor Weber, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Greetings from Dresden, Germany.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Professor, I believe you have a presentation for us, and it would be great if we could jump into that now and hear about the amazing work that you're doing.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation to present our research project Bauen 4.0 at the CECE Summit in 2021. You have introduced personally me perfectly, and I have nothing to add at that time. And I will use the next 20 minutes or 15 minutes to give you a short overview about this project in which we are, my team and myself, the consortium leader. After a short overview over the organizational framework, I will present our demo machines, the so far achieved solutions within the project, and last but not least, a short outlook. First of all, some facts. The project is funded by the German research government. It started in mid of 2019. And we will end regularly next mid of the year, but a short extension to December 2021. As all of you know, we had a hard time over the last 1.5 years with the corona pandemic situation. And so far, we had also to face some delays in our activities and also with our industrial partners. That's, I guess, a usual situation for a lot of us. We are accompanied by various associations supporting us, for example, VDMA and some others within the construction business. And our total budget is about 10 million euro, and almost 50%, that means approximately 5 million, are funded by the BMBF, our German Ministry of Research. You can see the logos of all our partners. I hope you can follow my mouse here. I'm circulating here a group of industrial partners like OEMs from the construction equipment machinery, Liebherr Paus, for example, or Bauer. Also in combination with some industrial partners from hydraulics, from drive and control systems. On the right-hand side, you can see a couple of companies out of the branch of construction project. And in the middle are our partners representing all the communication technologies in hard and software. Let me begin briefly a short outlining some of our, I won't call it problems, would like to call it challenges at today's construction sites. I guess you would agree with me when I say that all our construction sites are unique and all our projects are very unique what we have to build. These construction sites are mainly defined by complex environmental conditions. Also locally and temporarily, these conditions are changing very often. The processes of constructions are defined by heterogeneous players, very changing teams, and our companies are facing more and more lack of skilled workers. And on top, mainly we do not have really good standards available and no interfaces for communicating and tracking our informations, recording our information and documenting our status and so on. And our project Bauen 4.0 has a goal to develop solutions, more productivity overall on construction sites and to push ahead the digitization of the overall processes. Therefore, we have 3 major topics with the project. The first is called Automated Connected Mobile Machines. Here we will focus on automation, semi-automation, assistance functions, remote control, environmental recognition, and for a very important issue is the vertical integration of the machine data. The second main topic is called 5G machine and construction site connectivity. Here we will develop connectivity solutions, cloud technologies, and algorithm for reliable and secure data exchange. And the third main topic is called processes and solutions for the digital construction side, and it focuses on tracking and tracing technologies, simulation of construction processes, and the extension from BIM to BIM side, as well as, for example, a driver guidance system based on a HoloLens system and technology. All the main topics come together in a sustainable demonstration and development platform for Industry 4.0 solutions in construction site operations at the end of the project. And before we can do this, we define that we set up demonstrators within the main topics. What are our demos or demo machines? I will give you a short overview about that also. Within the topic automated and connected mobile machines, we have an excavator from Liebherr, a wheel loader from Wacker Neuson, a drilling machine from Bauer, and a loading crane from Paus. We will implement automation and assistant functions as well as remote control in these demonstrators, and we focus on vertical integration of this machine data into a common site information system via OPC UA. Within the main topic 5G machines and connectivity technologies, we will set up a special developed connectivity module with multi-connectivity via Wi-Fi, 3, 4G, 5G, Bluetooth, and CAN, so that we have all these interfaces available for data and information exchange with the machines and with a site information system, a construction site network, and distributed cloud services for the construction site processes and analytics. And in the third topic, we will set up and test tracking and tracing of material via LPWAN technologies, process optimization and progress prediction using simulation and machine data, and the HoloLens-based driver assistance. Besides these demos within the main topics, we decided to work on a common demo scenario on which we can show at the end of the project the digitization chain between all these aspects. Let me give you a short overview about this scenario. We have chosen to make a pipe trench, not with all machine demonstrators, but in a mostly automated cooperation between the mobile excavator and the wheel loader and the loader crane. So the excavator will dig the trench. To do this mostly automatically, the machines will be equipped with this already mentioned 5G connectivity module. Via this connectivity module, we will receive the data and the dimensions and the position of the trench has to be digged from the information system. This sends the data to the excavator, and the wheel loader will get the position of loading and unloading the earth from the trench. Also, the wheel loader will get cleared driveways to plan by its own trajectories from point to point. When the groundwork is finished, pipes will be installed in the trench. Our loading crane demonstrator will unload the pipes from a truck near the trench. And during this transportation phase, we will integrate the tracking and tracing technology so that it will be guaranteed that the right material comes to the right place and to the right time. Of course, the pipes need filling material, which has to be compacted. Therefore, an add-on compactor comes into operation. Its position on the construction site will help the excavator to automatically change his tool. And also the connectivity on the machine and the connection of this compactor will give us the possibility to automatically check up the data what we need in the control and drive system for the operation of this compactor. And the scenario is accompanied with environment recognition so that the as-built conditions can be recorded and feedback to the site information system. This is the first draft of our demo scenario, and I hope it will work at the end of the project. We are hardly work on that. Let me shortly come to some solutions into our joint research project. According to the restricted times, I can only give some exemplary insights. We are agreed with our industrial partners to use OPC UA as a communication protocol and data model. We have a server infrastructure installed and an interface to all our machines. An edge cloud and microservice architecture to implement third-party apps like real-time information system, shared maps, scheduling, project management, and so on. And a 5G campus Wi-Fi mesh network. Within the main topic 1, according to the construction processes, an open tracking and tracing platform with the possibility to digitize analog delivery builds as build up. We do have first implementation of a driver guidance systems where the digital information are superposed to the driver's view using a HoloLens from Microsoft. And for a better planning of the needed machines during the construction phase, the 3D construction site models were supplemented to prove the kinematic possibilities of the construction machines, as you can see on the bottom of the chart, and a process simulation framework based on real machine data was set up and tested to update the schedule. Topic 2, a special 5G connectivity module with edge cloud functionalities was developed and manufactured. At the moment, we have integrated this module into our excavator to set up a connectivity demonstration and to implement a site information system, connect the machines to it, and use an exclusive network. On the construction side, we use 5G campus solutions as well as Wi-Fi mesh technologies. This you can, for example, see here illustrated in this part of the chart. Topic 3. Within this topic, we developed the first draft of construction machine-specific OPC data model to interoperable connect machines to the site information system. We equipped the machine demonstrators with mobile-specific automation hardware, IoT devices and sensors, and customized the communication system to integrate all these subsystems. We developed and tested first automation functions to let the machine work by their own or monitored by the workers. And we added ambient sensors and developed algorithm to detect objects around the machines. As you can see here, around the drilling machines, this is a special issue for power, for example, as well as build condition of the work has been done so that we are able to track the progress of the process and the projects, schedule and quality. Here I would like to give you an insight in an extension of our project according to the site information system. In this step, we developed and integrated an automatic workflow to transmit job data from the site information system in accordance to ISO 15143 to the machines and the as-built conditions backward from the machines to the construction site information system. At the moment, the workers can define passes and fences, for example. By pressing the task upload button, a land XML file is automatically transmitted via the specific OPC UI interfaces to the dedicated machines so that the machine can, for example, work on that to reload or find a specific trajectory through the construction site. Last but not least, a short outlook. What are our next steps? We do the first tests, the connectivity tests in our testing environmental area, test of our excavator automation, first test with site information system. We will go in the next phase to an industrial area nearby Hoyerswerda to set up our demo scenario, and we will have in the area of Görlitz the place where we plan to set up an organizational form for the use of the installed infrastructure after the end of the project in form of a technology or development and research center will deal with all these major issues, digitization of construction processes, machine technologies, communication, and so on. So far, a short overview about our project. Not to forget to say thank you to the huge funding we got to these activities, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much for your attention, everybody. Wonderful presentation, Professor Weber. There's already some questions coming in, actually, from the audience about your presentation. Would it be all right if we took a couple of questions?
For sure. I try to answer.
Okay, great. So we had one question from Ulrich. He says, good morning. A question to Professor Weber. How relevant do you see the role of standards related to worksite communication, example ISO 15143, in Bowen 4.0? So how relevant do you see the role of standards in workplace communication or worksite communication?
I see the standards really relevant for standardization of the processes overall. But sometimes I would propose to build up at first the basic functionalities before we are discussing standardization of it. Yeah, we should not try to push at first standardization without knowing which functionalities, technology do we really need to be more productive and efficient compared to the current situation. But last but not least, we need standards for all our activities.
Fantastic. Obviously there is this challenge you always have when you're innovating between working with standards and trying things that are outside of the standards to see what is actually going to be the most relevant solution to the challenge, correct?
Correct.
Correct. We had one other question, and just before I introduce our next speakers, Ari and Francesco, just one quick question. We had one quick question from Martina, who says, Professor Weber, will you be present at Bauma with your project? Will you be going to the annual get-together? Yes.
Short answer, yes, we will be there.
Okay,
for
fantastic.
Sure. It's a huge platform for us and a huge opportunity.
Fantastic. We have other questions for you, but we'll hold those for when we have the panel discussion at the end. So if you could please stay on the line, that would be much appreciated. We have more questions for you coming up.
Will be a pleasure.
Thank you so much. All right. The Peek into the Future scenarios continues with our two next guest speakers who join me in the studio now. Gentlemen, would you like to join me, please? Fantastic. Ari, Francesco, it's great to have you with us. Great, a little bit closer, please. Thank you so much. Good morning. Great to be here. So just take one step that way, please. Thank you so much. Great, so we're all on screen. Fantastic. So right now, I'd like to just quickly introduce you both. So Francesco Mazza, Business Development Manager at Moog Mobile Machinery. Over a decade experience in product development, business development in high-tech companies. And you've actually moved from the automotive industry to renewable energies to now focusing on the next generation of construction equipment.
That's a correct summary.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Marco.
Fantastic. Thank you. And joining you is your colleague, Ari Almqvist, VP of Execution and Operations at Moog Mobile Machinery. Group Vice President at the Industrial Group, and since joining Moog in 1988, that's a long time. It's a long time.
Goes fast.
Ari has led teams across Europe in the area of control solutions, defense control, system electronics, systems engineering, just to name a few. And you have a Bachelor in Science in Automotive Engineering from Helsinki Technical University and an MBA from Aalto University in Helsinki. So, gentlemen, you're both eminently qualified to be talking on this topic of having a peek into future scenarios. And we're really excited to see your presentation now. So when you're ready, please begin, and then we'll have a nice discussion at the end.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are really excited to be here. Thanks for inviting us to this exciting opportunity. And I think we start our discussion about the vision. I think so many things are changing in construction, and I think that's what we also find pretty exciting. The things are moving, and I think why is the vision important? When the disruption is happening, I think you need to paint a picture. What is going to future look like? It's probably going to be a little bit wrong, but it's important to have where are you going on? And if we look about the legislation is driving the zero emission, and that's driving the electrification of the equipment. there is a lack of people and qualified people to do the job, and I think there is a big need for improvement of the productivity. That's driving kind of the automation. And of course, all this digitalization is enabling a lot of things, and it's probably even changing the business in the future quite dramatically. So that's kind of where we have been trying to painting what it's going to look about 2030, 2040, and what that probably means for us. And I think, Francesco, I would like to ask you a little bit about what have we done in the last few years to try to paint the vision?
Well, Ari, in the last 2-3 years, we have been talking with a lot of stakeholders of the construction sector, starting really from subcontractor, contractors, dealers, rental, and of course, mobile machinery manufacturers. And we were really trying to understand where are the issues in this moment in this sector. And everyone is mentioning that it's needed to improve the productivity of the construction site, it's needed to increase the performance of the vehicle, especially of the new electrical ones, and then it's important to increase the safety of the construction site, increasing the time of execution of the task have to be shorter. Mainly because, Ari, there is a problem all over the Western countries in finding qualified labor. And so people are asking us, do you have a solution? Can automation and digitalization be a solution for this shortage of qualified people? And definitely this can be the key solution for the future. Now, it is important, as you say, to build up a vision, but then it's important to realize what are the challenges and what are the next steps. So I would like to ask you, what are our next steps?
Yeah, I think Francesco, the vision without action is not much worth of it. So I think the critical thing is have that vision, but also put the vision in a practice. And I think the next steps is really to just kind of, okay, first vision gives you a little bit of understanding what are the needs for the future, but then you really need to start to also look about what are the capabilities you need, what is the relevant experiences, where do you put a little bit of the innovation on these kind of things, and this is really putting the vision in action. And I think, of course, we also, when we have put a lot of effort to get our hands dirty and do some real stuff. We heard about previous presentation about some of the demonstrations. We have been also working about the real stuff. Can you share, Francesco, a little bit about what real stuff we have been working for last few years, other than just product development and all that kind of stuff what we have done, but we have also done some with some real machines.
Sure. I pick up one example, actually. So we've been the first company presenting to the market a full electric vehicle. When I mean full electric, means that we retrofitted a diesel hydraulic vehicle into a full electric powertrain, electromechanic actuation systems. And we did it, by the way, Ari, in less than 6 months. So we did simulation of what are the tasks that the vehicle should have executed, consider different solution for the possible machine architecture. We pick up one, we start developing the key components, actually. So we pick up from the portfolio of mock products and we adapted to this construction equipment. And then we put our hands dirty, we put in the machine, we converted the machine, and we tested with the end user. Because we want to know if the controllability of the vehicle, of this full electric, no hydraulic anymore, was better than the previous machine, was easy for the operator to drive those machines. And also what was the running time of the vehicle at one battery charge. And actually, we got quite a positive reaction from the end users. Probably actually, the most important thing that we have done has been creating this vehicle, like all the other vehicles, with a digital machine architecture. That means that in any moment we can capture all the data coming from all the key components of the vehicle and analyze it and using it. Because the future is going to be disrupted by the data. Ari, do we have some ideas about how the future is going to be due of the data?
I think the first of all, the thing is what we did is because we had most of the stuff in our own control, we were able to go in the last bit. So we had every single data, what is happening inside the machine. But I think this is really interesting, this whole digital, because I think this is changing the whole ecosystem. We have also heard about previous presentations. It's a digital planning, it's a digital mapping, it's a providing this data to the operator, or some cases autonomous vehicles and driving that. So I think that this is really where the opportunity comes to kind of, because I think this is changing possibility how the business model could look like. I think you can really starting to selling by services and of course you have so much data you can provide the kind of value on that data for and processing it and we also heard about like a lean in outside of the factories and all that kind of, so there's a lot of opportunities. I think we all are just learning all these possibilities, what is going to happen. So could you share some of the discussions what you have at Francesco with the customers and what they see in this stage, what that means for them?
Well, I can tell you that there are some digital features that all the end users are mentioning. We are talking about the very classic one, predictive maintenance, remote health check of the vehicle, but also reducing the cost of the fuel consumption and reducing the cost of transport from a construction site to another one, so logistic costs. So these are all the key digital features that everyone is mentioning by now, but this is only the beginning. So on the long term, we are really talking about the possibility of a new business model as a construction as a service, where really the mobile machinery manufacturer can charge their customers as per hour, so power per hour, digging per hour, trenching per hour or per euro. So completely different possible business model actually. And all these business models are definitely enabled by these technologies that we are developing at Moog. And probably this is the reason why we are here today. So to tell you that Moog is actually a $3 billion company with a core business in motion control. And electrification and automation are based on the motion control technologies. And this is definitely what we bring to our partners. Our engineering competencies in terms of system integration, developing the key components, and then our global manufacturing capabilities. So these are actually the hard skills that we have. And we give a lot of time to our customer. I would say that we have always our ears open. And we actually have a history of long-term successful partnership. Ari, do you have your long time in Moog? Do you want to tell us a little bit more about this?
Yeah, I think I probably would talk more about the soft skills. I think it's also how you work together. I think we have kind of our culture is very important for us in Moog, and I think it's based on the trust. But it's an internal culture, but also that's the culture and that's the way we want to work with our customers too. We want to have a trust. We want to have a transparency. We want to create a long-term partnership. We want to go sometimes these difficult times together. I think will have a lot of challenges. Things are changing and we're learning together. And I think we believe that if you really work transparently and you have a good partnerships, you can make a 1 + 1 be 3. So I think you can kind of fill in the gaps between each other, and I think you can make things moving faster and more productive and more cost effective going forward when you work on these ways. And I think this whole disruption is going to drive that partnerships are going to be key. There are not going to be many companies who can do everything just by themselves. So it is really critical to look about right partner who can work with you and be effective team member.
And that's the reason why we are here. So we want to give you our time. We want to create with you the next generation vehicle for the construction sector. And we are here to talk with you, to partner with you.
And I think Francesco, also I would say that we believe we have such a capabilities and such an experience for 70 years doing these things in different kind of industries and also a little bit similar kind of industries. Every industry has a little bit different challenges. I'm sure the construction has a kind of cost challenges and all that kind of stuff what you have. But I think that would be a missed opportunity if you wouldn't give us probably 1 or 2 hours to discuss and say what you guys can really bring in the table, because we believe we have a lot to bring on the table actually from our experience and capabilities.
So, thank you. We are ready to discuss with you.
Wonderful. A very impassioned presentation there. Very fantastic. Cool. Why don't we take a seat and we can continue the discussion sitting down. So just before we continue our discussion, I'd love to cross to our hyper-moderator, Sabrina Myers, to remind us how to ask questions and how to use the platform, and also if we have any questions for the panel.
Absolutely. Welcome back, everyone. Now, very, very important. Engage, interact, and drop your tweets with us on Twitter. We are at #CC_Europe. And we've got 2 tweets to actually highlight. There's some action happening on Twitter. So let's bring them up onto the screen. We have, first of all, from Roma Guziak. So excited for CECE Europe, CECE Summit 2021 to start. We are live streaming from a TV studio in Brussels. #WeMakeToBuild. And the next one coming right up is, let's bring that up on screen, from Ricardo. Thank you, Gerassimos Thomas, for your opening statement at the CECE Summit. The construction machinery industry is ready and willing to welcome. And now, for the rest of you, please do remember, when you do tweet, make sure to use our #WeMakeToBuild. Very, very important. And to tag CECE Europe in your tweets. Now, back to you, Malcolm.
Thank you so much. Really, really great. Great energies, Sabrina. Thank you so much. So there is a question that came in for you gentlemen. And Professor Weber, I hope you're also hearing the conversation and can join back in with us. I have many questions for you. But concerning the efficiency of the full electric retrofitted equipment, have you compared the CO2 emission efficiency with the traditional engine?
I think it's a very simple answer. When it's zero, it's zero.
Okay.
It's full electric, it's battery electric. Mm-hmm. There is no, and I think if you look about then the full electric, Francesco was talking about the actuation is also full electric. Actually, and it's very important when you have a battery electric that your system is efficient, because we all know it's still limited about the energy capability compared to the petrol or diesel or whatever. So, and I think sometimes if you then compare the existing hydraulic systems, this is really power by demand. We sometimes have a 10 times, factor 5 to 10 reduced energy requirement compared to the hydraulic system. Mm-hmm. So there is no way to compete. I think hydraulic has its advantage. We are also a hydraulic company, mm-hmm. but from the efficiency, noise point of view, electric, and I think we have many industries where this has happened. Mm-hmm. It never goes back. Right. The efficiency is so much better. Reliability is better. There is no leakages and all that kind of stuff. As I said, it still have some challenges in the bigger sizes for sure. But on the efficiency, and as I said, zero emission it's a zero emission. There is no engine. There is nothing coming out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. And Francesco, there's another question come up. In a very conservative industry, do you expect that end users will accept this change?
It is indeed a very, very conservative industry, and very fragmented industry. So we have to try to lead them, actually. Mm-hmm. So showing that the machine is better, and especially starting really from some end user application that by now have issues. So to give you an example, Malcolm, we are working on solar field autonomous vehicle. Why? Because actually we met a company that was really asking us, do you have robotics? We don't have labor. Can you supply us robotics? And we say, maybe robotic is not the right answer. Let's review the full process. Let's put at the center of the problem, which one is the problem, what is the key issues, and then let's start always from the issue, and then we will try to find the proper solution. Mm-hmm. And one of the proper solutions is really this next generation vehicle. So every time that we look at new technologies, we always have to keep in mind the technical feasibility, the business viability, but also probably the most important is the relevance and the acceptance of the end user. So they are definitely at the middle of the stakeholders.
Yeah, of course. One more question for you before I cross back to Professor Weber. But you talked about it's really important now to move quickly. And that moving quickly is actually lower risk, if I understood your presentation. So can you just explain what you mean by that? Can we just go over that point again? Because it seems that both of you are pushing the idea of innovating at speed now.
Yeah, I think if I start a little bit, I think also we didn't mention, we try to kind of get a little bit on the startup environment to get an agile. I think our business unit in construction, it has a lot of startup type of facilities in a big company. I think we probably take more risk in the beginning for the demonstrators because we want to do it fast. But actually that's reduced. The risk is reduced because you probably have in a few months, you can really test your assumptions. Is the performance what you expect? Is the noise is the battery life what you expected? And then you go to the next stage where we call it, we have done it in some other industries too, then you go more industrialization, when then you really like to optimize the cost, you optimize the reliability. So actually you can really fast test that is just interesting to the market? Can you do what you promised to do? And then so that's why I think, and also I think the risk is that if you are going a very slow old way, you probably can miss the opportunity because when markets start to change, it's not going to move. And some of these markets we have said, a lot of people say it takes ages before electric is going to happen. In some other areas, probably it happens faster than sooner. And we have seen some areas in the past that it took 3-4 years, it went full electric and there was no way going back. And if you miss the train, you missed the train.
Yes.
And then you go back to the topic of the partnership. So
yes.
That's why we are a partner that want to co-invest in the resource and development of the new projects for the construction equipment manufacturers.
Excellent. I have a few questions for Professor Weber. Professor Weber, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
I miss you.
Fantastic. So I just wanted to just touch on a couple of topics that you talked about, because you talked a little bit at the end of your talk about the platform that you're using, the OPC platform that was agreed to be used, the fleet management platform, yeah? And I'm just wondering, was that selected because it was already in place in many companies and they felt that they could increase their time or speed to market by using that platform?
Yes, this was a very important issue because OPC UA has shown his capabilities and opportunities already in some other technological areas. And there is a working group within the VDMA of industrial partners are discussing a lot of different opportunities for standardization of these protocols. And we find here let's say, a more or less common agreement to go with OPC UA.
Yeah. One of the questions that came in on the platform was talking about, in our conservative industry, do you think users will accept these changes? And one of the things I take away from your presentation is that you have 22 industrial partners who are on board with you and helping you with this project. And investing their time, energy, and money into it. So from your perspective, did you see that there's actually an appetite for this kind of change to things like remote operators using HoloLens, automated machines? You see that there's a strong appetite for this kind of innovation? It
is for sure. You have touched within your short discussion issues of innovation of the drive technologies, battery technology, and so on. From my perspective, we are in the phase that we will see within the next years a huge diversity of technologies and drive, let's say, architectures. Starting with battery technologies, also the question will be what can we do with the power cells and what can we do or what can we expect from engines with maybe other e-fuels, for example, and so on. And depending on the machines, the required power, and the application field, there will be a certain experience needed. What will be the best of these technologies for the specific application situation? And so we will see, from my perspective, in the next years, a huge diversity before a kind of crystallization process is starting again to figure out the most appropriate technologies for the machine sizes, power levels, and so on, for different questions of automation, semi-automation, assistant systems. And all the industry keen to see what they can do, what is bring up the best progress for them.
Yeah. Interesting question for Francesco, sorry. Full electric, does it mean no more hydraulics or only removed engine and some pumps? So
no hydraulics anymore. So, and this is true not for all the vehicles. So we are really starting from the compact equipment. So no hydraulics anymore. Actually, these are the experiments that we have done. Actually, it's not only experiments. We started from prototypes, but now we are also bringing to production, to low volume production of full electric vehicle without oil at all.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things Professor Weber is, really championing is that, once 5G hits, there will be suddenly so much possibility. Correct, Professor Weber? You really feel that 5G is going to be an enabler of a very big tipping point, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
It's one key technology to bring us ahead with connectivity, with information exchange and so on.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, fantastic. And so from your perspective, gentlemen, what do you see from your side is the technology or the enabler that creates that tipping point so that we move from fiction to fact?
I think that we have done in last probably 2 years, we also have in certain fields tested private LTEs, where you really can guarantee the connectivity, fast connectivity of the machine. So I think the connectivity actually, at least if it's a certain size of the predicted size where you are, even it's quite a big size. That was quite a big solar panel size, which was probably about 2,000-3,000 hectares size of the. And you can cover it with private LTE pretty well. So I think that solution, of course, as Professor Weber is saying, 5G, then you don't need an extra. There are certain areas you don't need an extra solution, so it helps. But I think the connectivity is pretty well, at least on the site level, sorted out. And typically, at least what we do, these machines are not driving on the highways. They are on the working side where you have the fixed situation, and that seemed to be working pretty well.
Okay, so I have one final question for our panel here. Gentlemen, how do you perform homologation of the retrofitted machine? For you?
Homologation. So it's I think the normally what we do in this kind of the situation is really to testing the equipment and testing the machines. We go to the proving grounds where we test it. Plus, I think that's where little bit of our advantage also comes from our aircraft industries or whatever. We are pretty good on the safety situation, because these vehicles are actually steered by wire, so there is no mechanical connection on the steering. So we actually provide then the safety documentation of the machine. So that's normally, if we understand right what they say, the homologation, that is our procedure, how the machines are tested before they are put it on the field with the customers. So it's a reliability testing. It's also the safety approvals what are required to do that. So that's a normal procedure what we do.
Fantastic. Well, we're out of time now. We'd love you to jump onto the chat of the function of the platform and answer some of the questions that are coming in. We didn't have time. The experts today will be on the platform answering any questions they don't get to answer live on air. But gentlemen, Ari, Francesco, Professor Weber, thank you for your time today. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We enjoyed it. Thank you.
And we will now cross to a word from our sponsors, and after that we will be back with the disruptive power of innovation.
Can you achieve electrification and zero emissions today? Are all electric machines in your product roadmap? Moog's integrated hardware and software systems can differentiate your machines. From requirements definition, system design and integration to global manufacturing and aftermarket support, we can help you achieve all electric machines and profitable growth. We are a collaborative workforce of expert problem solvers, an experienced industry leader with an entrepreneurial spirit and agile practices. We're passionate about achieving sustainability with the best zero-emission solutions, leveraging automation to provide better and safer jobs, creating challenging work for future generations. Are you ready to thrive? We are your partner for a journey of transformation to achieve electrification, automation, and digitalization. Connect with us today.
In industries where mistakes can be very costly, it's important to get things right first time. But when there are thousands of different option combinations, creating millions of buildable configurations, it becomes very hard to manage. Configit's patented virtual tabulation technology brings order to this complexity. Virtual tabulation compiles every possible configuration scenario and then compresses that data into a very small file so that it can be used by everyone on your team. Sales can create quotes quickly and accurately from practically anywhere. For manufacturing, service, and engineering, it means less costly mistakes, more efficient service, and faster time to market. Say goodbye to incorrect configurations and hello to virtual tabulation from Configit.
Your industry doesn't just build projects, it builds economies. In challenging environments, subject to complex logistics and infinite variables, you are expected to deliver punctually, cost-effectively, sustainably, and safely. What you do is essential, and we strive to be essential to you. From design to planning, to construction and maintenance of critical projects, you depend on reliable solutions that are easy to use, adopt, and maintain. We create technology that fulfills your need for competence, connection, and autonomy in your entire construction project. Our solutions help you get the job done across all project phases, connecting previously siloed actions and empowering your people and assets to be smarter, safer, and more productive.
Take the guesswork out of earthworks. Work smarter and faster to maximize profit with highly productive, integrated, and innovative earthwork solutions from Trimble. Optimize and manage operations and create accurate bids even when delays and schedule changes impact your forecast. Create accurate and integrated 3D constructible models for machines and field crews. Merge multiple data sources, analyze on-site soil conditions, and optimize mass haul plans to move dirt more efficiently. Eliminate stakes and perform a range of measuring and positioning tasks right on site using detailed in-field 3D designs. Wirelessly access data to calculate progress and communicate work orders to avoid rework and delays. Get to grade faster with less rework, excavate more accurately, and maximize cycle times, while you simultaneously monitor all the trucks and materials coming in and out of your site. Achieve accuracy down to the centimeter, while also reducing over and undercutting, even when using less experienced operators. Wirelessly share map data between compactors, helping to maximize the accuracy of your target pass count and ensure complete coverage over the entire project area. Take the guesswork out of earthworks with Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
Welcome back to the studio. Well, we just took a peek into the future, and now it's time for the disruptive power of innovation. And we'll have some speakers now talking about how they're actually moving forward with their innovations to disrupt the current status quo. So joining me in the studio now is Juan Vincent. Please join me. Welcome. Hello. Great to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
So Juan, you are the co-founder and chief marketing officer at NILLROTH Hyperloop, which is a company based in Spain leading the development of scalable Hyperloop, scalable being a key word there, to connect cities at 1,000 kilometers an hour with zero direct emissions. Fantastic mission and vision. And you have a very unique approach that minimizes infrastructure costs and operates at safe pressure levels, operating the path to market. Now, I know you've prepared a presentation for us, so we can go into that in more detail. So if you'd like to have your presentation now, and then we can move to Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for this invitation. As I say, we are developing a new transport system that will be a huge opportunity for the construction industry, and I want to present what is Hyperloop. Basically, Hyperloop is a new mode of transport where automated vehicles travel inside low-pressure tubes. In that sense, with levitation and propulsion technologies, we can reach ultra-high speeds. And some of the benefits are that it's weather sealed, resistance to adverse weather conditions, fully electric, energy efficient, 5 to 10 times more efficient than an airplane, and city center to city center. And the World Economic Forum has named Hyperloop as one of the top 20 markets of tomorrow. But how does it apply in the current transport ecosystem? Hyperloop is coming for having a fit between 400 and 1,000 kilometers in distance between cities, where right now the short-haul aviation doesn't have the sustainability requirements that is needed. In that sense, some governments are already applying some laws to restrict short-haul aviation and to promote high-speed rail, but high-speed rail doesn't provide the speed. So with that, I want to introduce you about the story of Hyperloop. In 2013, Elon Musk decided to promote this concept that was 200 years old. It was a British idea, but due to technology readiness, it was not ready. But in 2013, with all the advances in automation and electronics and digitalization, Hyperloop is ready to become a reality. Since then, different companies created different approaches, and he also hosted a competition. In 2018, we started with the movements in Europe, talking to the Commission, creating some agreements between each of the companies, and we got the support of different governments like DG Move, for example. Since then, in 2020, we have created and we have achieved also the standardization level, where we have created a standardization committee for Hyperloop, and every time more and more governments are getting involved. And it has been Hyperloop included in the strategy of sustainable mobility. I want to introduce Celeros. We are the Hyperloop, the scalable Hyperloop solution. And that's why we included most of the technologies in the vehicle. Hyperloop, the 95% of the cost is due to the infrastructure. So if we can minimize infrastructure costs, we can achieve a very interesting solution for long distance travel. We started in 2016 with a team of 5 people. We won the competition of Elon Musk, and since then we have been growing until what we are today. No? Today the team is more than 180 people with a core team in Valencia, but we have then a connection of leading infrastructure, research, and investor partners that help us advance in this mobility project, this interesting project. Just as some examples are Airbus, for example, a leading aviation company that is helping in the propulsion system. ArcelorMittal, leading in the steel industry, for example, is also supporting. And also CAF, a leading rolling stock manufacturer, or Acciona, a civil engineering and energy company. So these are some examples that are helping accelerate the development. And just to make you understand how does it work, so let's take a trip. So we start from the stations that are very similar to high-speed rail stations. There are vehicles from 50 to 200 passengers in capacity, and each vehicle boards the passenger and then gets into the next phase, where we have some pressure chamber where the vehicles get into the low-pressure environment. Then we accelerate the vehicle with some linear motor that is called, and once we accelerate this vehicle with the infrastructure, then the vehicle starts levitating itself with an electromagnet system that is based on the vehicle that hangs to the tube and attracts to the tube. And then we have a propulsion system that is similar to an airplane, but electric, fully electric, that drives the vehicle up to the end destination. Once you arrive to the end destination, you brake gradually, and then you can offboard the vehicle. So this is how it works. And in order to make this a reality, we highlight the benefits of this Hyperloop system. The main one is that with this approach, we can minimize the infrastructure cost similar to high-speed rail. The problem with maglev systems that are trying to be implemented in China and Japan is that the infrastructure cost is very high. No? So with this approach, we have the similar cost order of magnitude than high-speed rail. The other one is the safety pressure levels. So working at aviation pressure levels instead of space pressure levels, we can accelerate the path to market. We can use existing cabins similar to the airplanes. And also in terms of cost effectiveness, it's not the same to maintain an infrastructure of thousands of kilometers at space pressure levels than at aviation pressure levels. So in that sense, in order to make this a reality, we have faced the development in 3 stages. The first one is the subsystem development. The second one is the integration of these subsystems into a vehicle that is going to be tested in a 3-kilometer test track in Spain. And the next one we are already working in is the commercial certification with the objective to have in 2030 a system ready for operation of passengers and the development of the first routes. Some projects we have ongoing, Hyperloop has a lot of applications, and for example, we are using some of the technologies in order to do a pilot track that is going to move containers fully electrically inside ports. Other one, we are exhibiting at Expo Dubai. Until March, we have a vehicle where everyone can see the commercial system, a model of this commercial system. And the other one is the vision. We have developed a vision of the world connected by Hyperloop with the vision of 2050 with different organizations that are supporting the project, like the MIT and Chinese University, and also Spanish and European organizations. And we have different studies for each region of the world. And we highlight, for example, the impact. In the case of Europe, we highlight that we can achieve a network of 18,000 kilometers in length. And this can have a huge impact in terms of passengers traveled, cargo and freight transported, but especially in the emissions. We can achieve a reduction in 1,300 million tons of CO2 emissions saved, and a billionaire also revenue opportunity. So in that sense, this is the vision for the Trans-European Hyperloop Transport Network. And with this, I want to thank you for your interest in this project, and thank you for your attention. Now, I will share some questions.
Fantastic. You just take one step there. Whoops, just to here. That's perfect. Thank you so much. So, Juan, I'm really interested in your journey, and I think when we talk about where you began, how long have you been working on this project now?
We have been working since 2015.
2015, and now where at this point you're at now, it's basically proof of concept, correct?
That's it. Yeah.
And but we still have another decade till we are actually active in the session. So between now and then, obviously there's a lot of innovation that will come in. We'll see a lot of new innovation, like 5G, other things come in, which will be enablers. But when we look at investors coming in, because I know you just received some big investment, which is fantastic. What was it the investors said to you that made them want to put their money in?
Basically, what they see is a long-term strategy in order to, so this is a high-impact company that is growing really fast. So in that sense, so they believe that in 2030, we will be ready to implement the commercial routes. The market is not really big, so there are only 6 companies in the world, and then China and Korea as a governments. So in that sense, they see a huge opportunity to make this return on investment on a long-term strategy. Yeah.
Fantastic. And the other thing that I just wanted to talk about is how this Hyperloop fits into the transportation ecosystem. Because obviously, when you look at the numbers of people that can be on the train, etc., we're not yet looking at this as something that is going to replace trains or buses completely. So how do you see it fitting into the ecosystem?
So basically, what we see where now the gap is in the long distance transportation. As I say, the aviation will not fulfill the decarbonization path at least until 2050. So with this in mind, and taking into account that the railway cannot provide the speeds for long distance trips, Hyperloop is a solution that has already commercial systems that can be implemented already, and it could be implemented before electric aviation is done. And at the same time, reduce the energy consumption, because you don't need to climb kilometers up in the air in order to reach the desired operative conditions.
Yeah, really nice. I have many more questions, but I'll save them for the panel. I'll just take the remote control off you. And if you would like to just take a seat here in the panel chair, and then I will come back to you in a few minutes. But now it's time for our next guest in this innovation session. And I'd like to welcome Henrik Rafe Andersen. Welcome, Henrik.
Thank you, Malcolm.
It's great to have you here.
Nice to be here.
Fantastic. So, Henrik Rafe Andersen, Chief Strategy Officer and co-founder at Configit. Henrik is the global, Configit being the global software company offering end-to-end configuration solutions for the most complex products in heavy vehicles and automotive industries. Henrik holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Aarhus in Copenhagen and Cambridge University as well. And I think one of the most impressive things is that your 25 years experience in IT research and management has led you to serve on Denmark's IT advisory board, as well as the chairman of the Danish Research Commission on Growth Technology. So you are very impressively credentialed to help us understand the next technological leap. Here is your remote control. I know you have a presentation for us, so if we could go through that now, and then we'll take questions in the panel.
Thank you very much for this introduction, Malcolm, and I'm very happy to be here and be able to share some thoughts with you about how the world might be changing. So I think it's quite clear from the presentations we've heard this morning that big changes are coming to this industry. There are technology developments that makes it possible. There are pressure with new regulations and sustainability expectations. And if that's not enough, then you'll also see that the expectations from the customers are going to change. And this is what I'm going to talk about this morning. So there are these digital disruptions, and you are not the only industry experiencing this. It reminds me of some conversations I've had in the car business, where the general acceptance is that the next coming years, the next 10 years, is going to mean bigger change than the previous 100 years in the industry. And I have the feeling it's the same thing we're looking into in the construction business. So let me start my presentation by asking a question and encourage you to think a bit about that. And that is how your customers are going to buy in the future. What is the journey they expect when they're going to buy your products and services? And if you're going to meet these expectations, how you're going to sell your products. And I'll show how this might be in a related business. And we're going to go shopping for a car. And let's roll the video, and I can talk over the video and share an experience with you with going out and buying a new car. So please roll the video. So here we go. So what we have here is a virtual showroom. So of course I'm not really going anywhere. I'm sitting at home and I'm going to explore and pick my new car. And in fact, when I go to this virtual showroom, I can see a lot of different cars. I'm not stuck with whatever is in the physical showroom that they have on display. I can play around with all the different variants of the vehicle. So as you'll see here, I'm trying different colors, cannot really make up my mind. I'll try something else. I'll go inside. I'll look at the interior, try out the different leather seatings. And the interaction here is not something you need to be an expert in playing computer games to do. It's a very simple, intuitive interaction you can do on your phone or in a browser on a computer. So I have now tried a couple of different colors, but there might be some packages I could try out where the designers have thought about what would look nice, what would fit together. I can have a look at that, walk a bit around the car. Well, the red might be the right thing because this is a sports car anyhow, so I might want the red one. Well, in the end, I go back, pick the yellow. And the thing you can do when you have a virtual showroom like this is you can go around and now explore the car. So you can see here there's some animations built in. You can open and close the door, get a feel for that. You will be able to turn on the lights, see how that works, how's that going to look like. and get a feel for what is it I'm about to consider to buy here. And being in a virtual space, you can do a lot of fun stuff. So we'll see that you can go inside. And in fact, if you wanted to, you could go really inside and go all the way into the engine and look at the electronics if you had the interest in doing that. If you're a real petrol head that cares about the technical details, you could do that. That's in the model. You could go in there. You could also, perhaps I want to see it in another showroom. You can change the surroundings in the showroom. And you might want to go outside and see how it would look like in something outside. And with the kind of technology that's being used here, you could even take it for a trial spin out there in a virtual space and see how it would look like and get a feeling for how it would be to own that vehicle. You can see the quality, I think, is quite high. You get a feel for the reflections, the lighting, and I get quite a good impression of how this car would look like in reality. So this is, of course, a car, and we are not selling cars. We're not discussing cars, but this is something that's going to hit this area soon as well. So if we were a few months from now, I would be able to show you a similar demo on some construction equipment. So I'll keep that as a teaser because this is happening. And you could say, well, this virtual stuff, is this just a marketing gimmick? We've seen it before. Is this not just dreaming? And no, it's not. The big thing is this is about to become mainstream. And why is that? Well, that's because there's now an opportunity to align the data in the organization so that you have the information you need to be able to do it. And you can use a 3D platform. And the one I showed is for a company called Unity, where this is something that's being used every day for other purposes. So it's becoming something you'll be able to do efficiently and as part of the daily business. And I would say, if you're already thinking that the 3D story is probably a bit too far for me, even if you don't buy the 3D story, you have to think about giving your customers a digital experience, no matter the industry you're in. You might be in a conservative place, but it will happen before or later. So you have to think about how you're going to give your customers this digital journey. And if you don't make the move, somebody else is probably going to make it. And we have an example in the car business where Tesla was an early mover, and they really disrupted what was going on. They had a couple of disruptions. One of them was, of course, they started to build electric vehicles for the masses, for everyone. Less costly than they used to be. It's something everybody can dream about and have a chance of buying. That's their purpose. And that shook up the industry, where there might have been smaller electric initiatives, but nothing like this. So that's one way they made a disruption on the product. But they also made a big disruption in the business model. So what they did was what I've shown here. That's the current website. You can go in there and check. There's a buy button. So you can go in, look at the vehicle, and on the fly, you can put up your credit card and you can buy a vehicle. So you can take the full experience online and make the buying decision. And Malcolm, you were actually explaining me, you were at a barbecue where after one of your friends had got the steak, he ordered the Tesla at the barbecue. And this is the kind of thing that can happen. But how are you going to make this possible? I mean, when you press that button, you have a price. I expect that's a price I'm going to pay. I'm giving a delivery time. I expect I'll get my vehicle at that time with the specs I designed online. To make this happen, you got to have control of your product data. It got to be aligned. You've got to have manufacturing specs aligned to your ordering system, to your marketing. It got to fit together. There can be no manual processes. There can be no going down to a dealer who will fix whatever is wrong and make sure that the order ends up being something that can actually be delivered. It has to be automatic. And this is a challenge we have. So this is a problem we solve in Configured. Tesla was a startup. They started greenfield. They could design the systems bottom up. Unfortunately, most companies are not there. They've been in business for many, many years. They have complicated enterprise systems around that is already handling important enterprise processes, have product data for the engineering, for manufacturing, for sales, invoicing, and so on. So how are you going to get started on a journey of digitizing without throwing everything out and starting all over again? And that's what we're working with companies to do it in a phased approach, reuse the data you have, but add on top of that, and then have a way into the modern digital world where you can fulfill your customer needs and not needing a big 10-year big bang project to get there. You can get there in less than a year. So the thinking we're using is something called configuration lifecycle management. And we use the word configuration because the challenge in these processes are often that there are lots of variants of the products. So if you'd had one product, standardized product, all this would be pretty simple. But that's not the business most companies are in the manufacturing space. You have a lot of variants of your products that are designed to meet different needs in your customer base, different verticals, and different usages. And you have to manage that complexity. And we use the term configuration, product configuration, to talk about all these different configurations of your products. And the approach is to get an aligned product truth in your organization, to get it aligned. So it's not creating something from new, but it's getting aligned, because part of the truth will be in the engineering systems, in PLM, in CAD, but that's not the whole truth, because you also need the commercial aspects, you need in sales and marketing, you need the technical documentations to go with it. When you have to make a quotation, if you want to do a visualization, as I just showed, you need the digital assets that makes that possible for you. So you need different areas of the business to come together to jointly have a view on what is the single truth of what your products are, what are the variants, what can you bring to market, what do you know how to build, and how are we going to get that aligned. And that's what we do. We have a piece of software that makes this possible, so you can align the definitions in PLM with what you need in sales and marketing. And this is an enabler to be able to do something like I just showed, get to a virtual showroom. But even if you don't go to a virtual showroom, you need something for your dealers. They're expecting to get a digital journey now. They want to be able to go online, have the interactions with the customers. The customers expect that they can go and explore the products themselves. There are lots of studies saying that the customers spend much more time getting educated and learning about the products before they reach out to sales than ever before. So I know in the car business, there's a report saying everybody spends 21 hours learning about the product before they reach out to a dealer to start talking about it. And in other industries, it's even more. So you have to get on that train of having customers being able to explore themselves and have dealers have a digital journey as well. So I won't go into details here. We don't have time to do that. But this is the basic idea. There's a Wikipedia entry talking about what configuration lifecycle management is. And the key is through modeling of the products, you align engineering, sales, service, and manufacturing so that if you take an order, you are sure you know how to manufacture it. And we have in our customer base customers saying they have gone from having issues with errors in the configuration of the orders, so they couldn't produce it correctly, to having 0 errors by getting this alignment going. So I already talked about the car business, but is this only for the car business? No, not at all. Manufacturing companies at large are going through digital transformation activities. And we have worked with a lot of these different manufacturing companies, and I've put a few of the slides up here, some of the bigger ones we have worked with. So we're working with AGCO, Caterpillar, Case New Holland, John Deere, Fiat Industrial. And then we also like to work with other industries, like we have Signify, Philips, ThyssenKrupp doing elevators. And of course, the business they do are quite different at the surface. But if you sort of go to the more challenges they have behind the scene, you see a lot of similarities, and we have seen that these customers can get a lot of inspiration learning from one another. So I'm just going to flash a few of them here to round up. So for CNH Industrial, they have an online dealer portal. It's publicly available. You can go in and see it. And there you can, as a dealer, you can get a quotation, or a farmer can go in and do it himself. And then you can get into the sales process and turn it into an order. But this is all driven by configuration technology. We're working with Volvo buses, John Deere, mentioned that, ABB, big electronic provider, that has a lot of interesting challenges with configuration, and we're helping them to link that up. ThyssenKrupp Elevators, Vestas doing wind turbines. There's been a lot of talk about sustainability, and here this is definitely helping a company make sure they're efficient in providing solutions to sustainable energy. So how can you get there? Well, what I showed with the virtual showroom is a collaboration between Configit and this company called Unity. I don't know if you know it, but it's the world's leading 3D platform. They have 2.7 billion users per month. It's a third of the world's population using their software. And this is because their 3D platform is used in gaming engines. So there's a lot of people playing computer games with high quality 3D out there. So I hope you got a little bit of an idea on what might be going on, innovations that are actually working right now. And I think in the coming couple of years, you'll see a lot of this stuff happening with virtual showrooms. And I encourage everybody to think about how might this hit your business and how you're going to deal with it. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Would you like to take a seat and we can have a little panel discussion here? In just a moment, I'm going to throw it to our hyper moderator who's got some questions coming in from offline. But just for Henrik, it seems to me that, you know, companies, as they've evolved from having to manufacture something to show a customer, you know, going through all that tooling. Now they went to 3D printing perhaps to show a customer what something looked like. But now can do a fully virtual demonstration of what we're innovating, what we're demonstrating, correct?
Absolutely. That's where it's going.
Yeah, and that must shorten the time to market radically.
It will, and the expectation today is that you can do this digital, you can do this experience, and explore the products and see their capabilities. And as we go into the more technical space, of course, you want to explore some of the technical capabilities as well in the product, and not just the look and feel as I showed here.
Yeah.
But you might want to look deeper into the tech.
Yeah.
You want to see how it can be combined with other features and do the job you want.
Fantastic.
And this is, I'm sure this is going to be an expectation.
Amazing.
And the tech is there to do it now. So it's not just sort of a marketing gimmick, but you can make it part of your daily work.
Yeah, and also your business model.
Your business model.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, well.
I'd love to now cross to our hyper moderator, Sabrina, who has some questions that have come in from our viewers.
Hello. Yes, the online space is all abuzz. That's what I can say. So the last two sessions were very, very exciting. First up, I'm going to start with a tweet from Martina Scherbel. And she's basically saying a conservative industry on its way to full digitization. Exciting views at CECE Europe Summit 2021. Thank you so much, Martina. Next, I've actually got a question that's come in on Twitter. And it is saying from Caio Lobo. And he's saying, very interesting presentation on the Hyperloop. Question to the speaker, what are your main partners in Europe and when can we expect the first practical tests in Europe? So Juan, one for you.
Thank you for this question. Basically, as partners in Europe, for example, we are working with Acciona, which is a leading construction, civil engineering and energy company. We are also working with Renfe, which is the high-speed rail operator in Spain, or also, for example, Red Eléctrica, which is the leading transmission system operator of the electricity in Spain. With all these partners, for example, with Airbus, also in the aviation business, we are working in order to test and do this 3-kilometer test track in Spain with the interest of the government. And in that sense, we are expecting by 2025 to have the first test at middle scale. In parallel, we are also working on other applications like the cargo pilot. But in that sense, we expect that by 2025 we are ready to develop the large scale test track that will be about 30 kilometers. And with this we will be able to test also the passenger capsule, and in order to do the certification at European level. So basically it's a long-term project, but we are taking steps in order to make it a reality.
Fantastic. Sabrina, we had a question for Configit as well.
We do indeed. Let me just bring that up right now. So for Mercado, one second. Let's see. Oh no, here we go. Let's bring that up. That's right. Configit's innovation is self-evident, but probably not as known as other digital companies. Do you manage to use your innovative character to attract talent?
Yes, thanks for the question. Yes, we do. And behind sort of the application I talked about, there's a very interesting, challenging computer science and math problem. And there's technology that we developed called virtual tabulation. And it can, you can efficiently compute billions and billions of combinations and store them in a compact data model called virtual table. And this is interesting and challenging. So luckily we managed to attract very skilled people with doctoral degrees in constraint solving and this kind of heavy math, and that helps us constantly developing the technology and being able to support our customer base with the new things they're looking for. And this is, it's changing all the time. So technology is changing, the demand is changing. So for us, it's very important to have a platform where you can be agile using it, so you can adapt to the changes. And we had one of our customers being hit by this supply chain problem that we hear a lot about. So they couldn't get semiconductors of a particular kind. So they were trying to make sure they didn't get too many orders in using that particular semiconductor. And using this sort of end-to-end thinking, they could very quickly turn around, control the demand, and then make sure that the orders that were now coming through and were taking, they were orders they could produce to try to adapt to the sudden change in supply chain. So it is important that the technology we provide is constantly adapting to the new demands that you see in the market. And we see, fortunately, that some of the very challenged, skilled people, they really like these kind of challenges. And so you're right, we use it to attract people.
Fantastic. Sabrina, you have another question for Juan, I believe.
That's right. Actually, I've got two questions that I'm going to put into one for Juan. One is, this seems to be a great innovation. To what extent will it be possible to use this for freight transport? And how long is the duration of the battery to drive?
Perfect. So in order to answer the freight transport question, basically there are two main applications. The first one is to use these linear motors that we use to propel the vehicle at the initial stages. Use it inside the ports and between the ports and the hinterlands in order to move the freight transportation. This is in order to decarbonize the port industry. But on the other side, we can use Hyperloop with the tube and the full system in order to move up to 50 tons of cargo in between cities. No? So this is another application that we are working, and it is working for the same tube diameter than the passenger application. No? So in that sense, we can foresee having tubes that can connect and have different capsules for vehicles, for passengers and cargo at the same time. And on the other side, in order to answer the battery duration, basically the batteries now have a range that can be for up to 500 kilometers, but the battery developments are advancing quite fast in many sectors. And in that sense, in 2030, we expect that the battery duration will be up to 1,500 kilometers in distance. Of course, we can make bigger vehicles, but there is, of course, a limit. So in that sense, with our expectations and with the forecast of the battery market, we expect that the Hyperloop can be up to 1,500 kilometers in distance for this range. Yeah.
Really, just so fascinating, the possibilities that you have. Yeah, I mean, when I hear about these supply chain challenges that are currently happening, and for instance, I just heard on the news the other day that in the UK, for every 2 truck drivers that are retiring, and it's like 3,000 a month, only one comes in. So there has to be some technology that can quickly move things across distance as well. So, I mean, really, hopefully in the future, this is going to be a great way. And of course, if we can get this kind of technology into ports, which is one of the huge bottlenecks right now that we have, it's called the COVID hangover in the supply chain. These kind of technologies are just going to build a lot of resilience into the supply chain, which I think is really exciting. But also just consistency, because that Hyperloop can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It doesn't get sick, divorced, depressed, any of those things. So really, really, really fantastic. One more question for you that I just wanted to ask was, when you see this product service that you have in the construction equipment industry, where do you see the first place that this could be a huge advantage for an organization?
So what I see is that depending on the situation with the customer, it's different drivers that make them engage in a project. Often it's around the sales process. So it could be that there's this push to from the dealers to get something online, be able to service themselves. That can drive a project, and that's a good place to start because you can quite quickly get value. You'll use whatever you have of data, enrich it a bit, and then you can get going on it. But we also see that in the engineering space, you can get a lot of value out making sure that what you engineer is really what you're going to sell. And by having the link between engineering and sales and marketing, you have the ability to fuel information back. So assumptions about what the market is going to pick up and real data about what they're going to pick up. And that can drive your engineering. So you don't waste expensive engineering resources on variants you're never going to sell in the market. And there's a tremendous amount of money that can be saved in that part in engineering as well. So getting sort of a closer link between the customers and the engineering in your innovation processes is one of the things that you can get out of it.
Yeah. It's so fascinating to me the amount of value it can bring in to an organization, not just in the customer-facing area, but internally in the organization to demonstrate, to show proof of concept without a lot of cost.
Yeah, and Malcolm, it's amazing how much, if you get an organization to collaborate efficiently and without disrupting too much the way they normally work, as an engineer, you want your engineering tools. I want to sit my CAD tool and work. But I still need to collaborate. So if there's an ability to do that without leaving your tool, the value you can unleash is tremendous, and you can do that very quickly. And that's what we are doing for our customers. It's having the different units, stay in the tools they're comfortable with, sales use the tools they like, engineering, but then we are making sure they collaborate behind the scenes and get aligned on what it is really we're building and selling.
Yeah, really interesting. Last question for the panel. One, I'd just like to say, we had a really nice conversation before the event, we're preparing for this. And you talked about the difference between construction and infrastructure and the challenge that you have being in both sides of the equation. So in terms of the Hyperloop project that you're building now, where is the line when you stop being a constructor and then you work with infrastructure? Is it about the partnerships?
Yeah, in that sense, it's an interesting point because from our side there are already test tracks being built in the world. So they are we started with an engineering phase, but it's already getting real. No? So we had to build our first 12-meter tube in order to make it real. So I think it also makes a difference. No, when you start from an idea, no, only like the engineering side of construction takes place, but then you need to build it and it needs to work. No? So I think there is a line there, and on the other side also between universities and companies. No? Okay. So in our case, we started at the university, making some patents and doing some construction methods in order to build the tubes faster. But then later we needed to cooperate with the industry in order to advance, because there are already things that need to be done and cannot wait 10 years until some innovation leads. So we started cooperating with companies that can already make things work, and I think that's where we need to be very careful. No? So to take all that is already commercial that can work for Hyperloop, instead of trying to make innovation of innovation. No? So in our case, we try to make all the commercial systems integrated into one system, and this is the main challenge, rather than reinventing everything. Yeah.
So interesting, gentlemen. It has been an absolute pleasure. Juan, Henrik, thank you so much for joining us today and showing us the disruptive power of innovation. Really appreciate your time and energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So coming up next, we'll be looking at regulation with Organ Schaubersberger. But before that, we'll take a short break. Welcome back to the studio, and I'm really, really pleased to be joined by Organ Schaubersberger, Chairman of the CECE High-Level Technical Policy Advisory Group. Thank you for being here. You're also the Managing Director of Technology at Liebe MTech in Germany. And since 1994, Organ has worked with mechanical engineering in various positions at the Liebe Group, focusing on R&D as well as quality management. Really interesting to hear. And in 2018, he took over the position of Managing Director of Technology at Labour Earth Moving Division. But you're here today in your capacity as the CECE Chairman of the High-Level Technology Policy Advisory Group. And we are actually going to have a poll in conjunction with this. And what I'd like to do is just now pass over to our hyper moderator to give you the poll question that the audience can answer, and we will also use that poll question for our discussion. So Sabrina, would you like to give us the poll question?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Malcolm. Now, the poll question that is going live now on Slido, be sure to drop your answers in there. The question is, what will the consequences of the future machinery regulation for the construction equipment sector be? Safer machines placed on the market, clearer requirements for manufacturers, burdensome requirements for manufacturers, increased costs for conformity assessment procedures, or no change. So be sure to use Slido in order to select your answers, and I will be sharing the results shortly after the session. Thank you, Malcolm.
Thank you so much. And Organ, we will jump back at some point during our conversation to look at those poll results, because I'm really interested to see what people think about regulation, if they see that it's going to increase the pain that they're experiencing in the construction equipment manufacturing industry, or it's going to actually enable them. So let's see what the audience says. But on the table today there's a legislative proposal that opens the debate about AI on machines, and it does so with a pretty radical perspective, I must say, that all machine learning that would become safety critical and make machinery a high-risk machine. So basically, this proposal is saying AI just automatically makes a machine high risk. Is this true? Is this a reasonable position to take?
In my opinion, and also in the opinion of CECE, this is not correct.
Okay.
You cannot classify all machines with embedded AI systems as high risk potential machines. We have to look, where do we come from? The actual proposal of the regulation references to the definition of AI systems in the Artificial Intelligence Act. And in this act, artificial intelligence systems are defined as a piece of software that has an output that interferes in some ways with the environment.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an annex in this Artificial Intelligence Act where approaches are listed which define artificial intelligence systems. These are approaches like these learning methods. You have supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and you also have the reinforced learning method. And then there are also listed some mathematical and statistical techniques.
Okay.
And these are, for example, estimations. These are knowledge-based estimations. And this, in our opinion, is the problem, because this listed techniques which are not, let's say, defining features for an AI system. And this will lead that a lot of machines will have embedded AI systems.
Yep.
And therefore will be, as I said, listed in Annex 1 and be safety critical machinery products.
Yeah.
But to explain it a little bit better, if you use, for example, your car, you have a GPS system in your car.
Yeah.
The GPS system, the software of the GPS system, is based on techniques which are listed in the Artificial Intelligence Act.
Yeah.
And therefore, the GPS system in your car, because it uses, for example, the Kalman filtering, is an AI system.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, the software uses AI methods. So your car, in conjunction with the GPS system, would be a safety critical product.
Yeah, it'd be a risk machine.
A high risk machine, even if you use it just as an assistant system and not as a system for example, autonomous operation.
Yeah, and if we take that example of a car is, just a car, and then if you put a GPS system in it, just to navigate, that would automatically move it to the risk category. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think this is one of the areas where technology and innovation, people get very confused about what things actually mean. And I think when you talk about the definitions like this, we can see one of the challenges of the innovation and technology growing and the legislation growing in parallel. We can see this across any industry or in social media, like everywhere, that legislation and technology are completely out of sync with each other in terms of understanding. And I think one of the other things that came up to talk about was that about compliance and this whole thing around third-party certification. So the radical position the Commission takes, the disproportionate weight of third-party certification over self-declaration. Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yeah. Up to now, we have the possibility as manufacturers to do the so-called self-assessment for our machines, as long as our machines are designed and produced according to harmonized standards. And even if these machines are listed in the Machinery Directive under Annex 4 and are, let's say, high-risk products. And the report from the Commission says that the self-assessment should be removed and that all machines under Annex 1, all safety, high-risk machinery products, shall be certified by a notified body. Mm-hmm. And this cannot be the direction in which we should move if we look at the new technologies.
Yeah. And setting that precedent of everything needs third-party certification, and is that third party actually able to make that distinction on your behalf in a way that is actually sensible or practical or applicable?
No, the third-party inspection or the third-party certification is not beneficial at all. It will not lead to a higher level of safety in our machines, because the third party will also use the same standards that the machine manufacturers use.
Yep.
So why should be the third party certification lead to a higher level of safety?
Yeah.
So in our opinion, a third party inspection, a third party assessment will lead to further burden, because it will increase the cost of our product. It will delay the time to market, and it's also not really supporting agile development methods.
Yeah.
So we see it as a burden. But I can say, in conjunction with the third-party inspection, yesterday we got the information that the Commission moves in the direction of the ideas from CECE, from our position paper, and they will most probably remove the third-party requirement in the regulation.
Okay. I'm going to throw to Sabrina to give us poll results now, and it would be great if, Sabrina, if you could share with us what the audience thinks around regulation. If you can read out the results for us, please.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Malcolm. So the audience is saying 42% of them that the consequence will be burdensome requirements for manufacturers. So your thoughts on that, Eugen?
Yeah.
Definitely, as I said, this will lead to additional burdens.
Yep.
And it will lead our products will be less competitive in the international market, especially outside of the EU. And as I said before, it will delay the time to market. It will increase the cost. It has no benefit, no additional benefit to the machines, and it's not in line with new developing methods like agile developing.
Yeah, and we'll have Svenja HAHN also speaking, a member of the European Parliament, speaking on this later in the day, in the final session, that it's so important that the legislation that's created is an enabler of the manufacturers, that it doesn't become overly burdensome for them to actually be able to produce their work, get it to market, without a lot of layers of, accountability or paperwork. Last year we had a fantastic presentation from Volvo where they showed a stack of papers, I think it was about this high, that if a legislation came in, they would have to, for every single machine, fill in a stack of papers literally this high. So really, really interesting. I think we have a question coming in from the audience. Sabrina, would you like to share that with us?
Absolutely. We have a question for Eugen. There is no evidence that mandatory third-party certification will lead to higher safety. Should we strengthen market surveillance instead?
I do think yes. We should strengthen the market surveillance, and because I'm the opinion that a third-party inspection will not avoid or will not enable us to remove market surveillance. So for me, market surveillance is much more beneficial than to have the third-party inspection.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, the Commission has the power to draw up technical specifications, risks jeopardizing the consensus-based approach that has been the basis for standardization of process for decades. Can you explain a little bit more about this position and what CECE proposes to do in this area?
It's very clear that CECE proposes that we should keep the new approach also in the regulation for machinery products. And the new approach means that the legislation sets up the basic requirements, and the standardization organizations together with notified bodies, together with users, together with manufacturers, set up the technical details to fulfill these basic requirements. And in our opinion, this procedure shall be kept also in the future.
Fantastic. So just to finish off, what is CECE doing to make its voice heard? What is your process for actually having some intervention in this kind of legislation?
The first step was that CECE asked all the members to give their concerns or to report their concerns on the proposal. And out of this, CECE drafted the so-called position paper. And this is a very broad consensus that we have now, and this is the basis for the argumentation with the Commission.
Yep.
And with this document in hand, CECE regularly organize meetings with different stakeholders from the Commission to discuss the single points in detail with the representatives of the Commission. Then CECE had the chance to present the concerns on the regulation during a web seminar, where more than 130 persons attended from different societies, from third parties. Members of the European Parliament attended, so that this was a great chance to show our concerns to a very broad field. And then definitely we are in close contact with the national organizations, so that also the national organizations bring their input and know what the position of CECE is.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we appreciate you fighting the good fight. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Organ Schaubersberger. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So regulation, of course, always a very interesting topic to dig into, but the one we're looking at next is absolutely fascinating. We'll be having a panel on leading through diversity after this short break. Come on. Welcome back. Fantastic. It is really, really, really great that we have this opportunity to have some fabulous guests in the studio to discuss one of my favorite topics. My day job is, working with corporations on their leadership and culture, and diversity is a topic that comes up every day. So joining us in the studio, Maria Bernke, project leader for Boss Ladies. And Boss Ladies is a project that aims to innovate to motivate more young women to enter the building and construction industry, as well as make change to the structural and cultural factors that have historically made this a male-dominated space. Welcome, Maria. And also joining us today, Nadim Pensa. Nadim is the Senior Vice President of Human Resources at the Epiroc Group. And previous to that role that you started 3 years ago, you've led many human resources functional teams across 4 divisions within the Atlas Copco Group. Atlas Copco, my neighbour, I only live a few hundred metres from them. But really showing the diversity. You were born in Pakistan, but you were brought up in England and started your working life there. You've spent 24 years in Sweden now. So we have an Australian in Brussels speaking to a Pakistani Englishman and a Danish lady. So I think we've already solved some of the diversity challenges already. We actually have a poll that goes along with this session, and I'd love to just jump over to our hyper moderator, Sabrina, to introduce that diversity question to the audience, please. Sabrina.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. So the poll that has just been launched in Slido is: how do you see diversity being actively improved in the construction sector? Fostering an inclusive organizational culture, proactively encouraging open dialogue about relevant topics like gender pay equality, strengthening anti-discriminatory policies, or all of the above? Back to you. I'll be sharing the results shortly.
Thank you. Yeah, so we'll have a bit of a discussion, and I want to get to the poll results before we end our discussion so you can comment on them. But I know that you prepared a few slides for us about your work and with Boss Ladies. So if we could please now bring up the slides so Maria can please present that.
I will. So thank you for having me. And I thought I'd start today's session just by explaining some of the things that we are doing in Boss Ladies. And I wanted to mention or bring up this circle of obstacles, we call it, because that's sort of how we came up and designed the project in the beginning, approximately 4 years ago when we started doing this work. Because we met some women that were employed within the construction industry, and what we saw, they were facing all these obstacles before, going from this young girl in school to being an actual woman out on a construction site. And the first thing is we see that women are being guided, or girls be guided more towards academic education, going into careers that are not really construction-based, being out on construction sites. If we then, however, see that girls are overcoming that obstacle, we see the next obstacle is that if they enroll themselves in an intro course at a vocational school, for instance, they feel like they're being overlooked. What we see is, or the perception that we hear from the girls, is that the teachers there might have a feeling of saying, oh, these girls aren't going to come back and actually enroll themselves in the program, so why pay attention to them? If they overcome that obstacle and they go into actually start the program at the schools, at the vocational schools, what we see is that a lot of women feel like they are being alienated. They might be the first woman actually at the school. They might be the only woman at their course. So they feel very left out and being like very cornered and being and feeling like they don't belong there. If they overcome that, next comes the obstacle of actually finding an apprenticeships to complete their educations, to complete their trainings. We have so many instances of really talented young women going out looking for a job, looking for an apprenticeship, and their bosses or the bosses at the companies telling them, you can apply here, but just to let you know, when you leave, your application is going to be in the bin because we don't hire women. If they then manage to actually get this apprenticeship and get a job, what we then see as the final obstacle is this tone at the work site, a tone which is rough and often also very sexually offensive exactly to these women. So they have to deal with that, being doing their training, but also obviously when they are finally done with the training and being out on the work site. So those are some of the obstacles that the women that we work with face. But I wanted to bring, if I can have the next slide, please, just a picture of the women that we actually work with. These are our Boss Ladies ambassadors. This is the last group photo that we took with them when we had a training during the summer. As I mentioned here, they are the next generation of craftswomen. They're also the current generation of craftswomen. And they are basically the core of the project that we do. They are the women that we work for, but they are also the women that inform us so that we can do our job properly.
Great. And really, I like that last point, that you're getting a feedback loop from these ladies, that we can constantly iterate the process. But I also love that with your first obstacle, that you're saying we need to begin this process really early.
Yeah.
We have a big thing. We're going to discuss that more. Thanks for your presentation. Nadim, I know that you are also doing some very impressive things at Epiroc in this approach to solving, gender equity, etc., inside your organization. I know you have some slides to share as well. Would you like to share your point of view now? So if we could have Nadim's slide, please.
Yeah, I think for us, it's important that we start with our journey and where we're at. And for us, it very much is around our purpose and our mission as a company. And here we see that we absolutely want to be a core driver when it comes to productivity and sustainability transformation in our industries. And in order to be able to do this, of course, then innovation and technology leadership becomes a core part of this, how we're adopting and utilizing new technologies, innovating in everything that we're doing. And I think this very much reflects a lot of the elements that we've been covering so far in this summit today. So this is our starting point, and we see that diversity and inclusion then is a vital ingredient to have high-performing teams, an ingredient in order to have them and also to foster them, in order for them to be innovative, to be continuously improving, coming with ideas and showing creativity towards this innovation and adoption and change perspective in line with our purpose. Maybe to make the point that also we're talking about diversity and inclusion. Diversity for us is the broadest perspective. It's your background, it's your ethnicity, religion, personality. Also, gender is a vital part of that piece. It's also, however, about inclusion. So you can have people with different perspectives in the room, around the table, in a team, in an organization, without that psychological safety in the environment where people are encouraged actively to be able to share those perspectives and collaborate and communicate and iterate together, then the diversity element is a little bit suboptimized. So we see it as diversity and inclusion. So we have this journey as a core part of our overall purpose. Then what's been very important for us is to have clear commitment, but also engagement all the way from the top of the company. So here on the right, we see our Chief Executive, Helena Hedblom. She's very much an ambassador for this, heavily engaged in this. But actually, when we start from our why and purpose to innovation journey, it has become relatively easy to mobilize around this particular issue in the company and to get the understanding about why this is important for us. We're working both in many different areas, many different activities. Some of it is structural, some of it is cultural. When it comes to the structural piece, we have, having done a lot of deep diving in the data, we've embedded as part of our 2030 sustainability targets a clear target then when it comes to gender diversity, which is a blind spot for us, that we want to double the number of women in operational roles. Operational for us means production, it means service, R&D, marketing, sales, and supply chain. This is where we have, let's say, the sweet spot and the blind spot that we need to be able to bridge with very clear targets and follow-ups. And we're doing many different things there, which I think we'll talk about in our session now, including, lifting up role models. We have a lot of role models and we need to have more of them. And I think that's one of the elements here, to try and project an image of what we have and what we can be also to wider target groups.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of your favorite sayings, what we can see. What is the saying?
If you can't see it, you can't be it.
You can't see it, right?
Yes.
So that thing of having role models. And thank you for bringing inclusion into the conversation as well. Because, often when I'm doing my talks on this, I say, diversity without inclusion is just chaos, right? You're just bringing more challenge into the team. It's the inclusion that is the secret sauce. And also, I also want to thank you for just talking about how wide diversity is. So I just want to say, with respect to anybody listening, that this conversation, even though we might use the word women and young people, we recognize that diversity is extremely diverse, LGBTQI. We're talking about all of it, but we only have a few minutes, so we can't talk about everything at once. But now let's talk about a few different areas of diversity and the problem of the aging workforce in the construction equipment industry and construction industry is really becoming apparent. It's making headlines with the transport sector. We're having huge challenges. So I'd like to ask you both, what do you think we can do to attract more young people into the industry? Would you like to begin, Maria?
Yes, I would definitely, because we work a lot with the young people in Boss Ladies as a project. One of our main activities when we go out is to go out in primary schools and teach young people that here is a future in the construction industry. And what we try to do here is create a new narrative, really to say the idea that young people have today of the construction industry, we need to change that. We need to change and alter the image of what young people see when they see a construction worker. Do simple exercise out in school where we want them to create a typical construction worker and give this construction worker a personality. And in 99% of the cases, what they do is that they construct a male. They construct a male who's middle-aged, who has a stereotypical, in our case, Danish name, and who has all these traits that they come to think of when they think of construction industry. I think it's super, super important that we break this down, that they give them another image so that they can see, because they can't see themselves in this future. They don't recognize themselves in this idea of what a construction worker is. Yeah. So we definitely need to change the image. And along with that, obviously also comes creating an industry where these young people who have so many insights and who are so knowledgeable in so many areas, especially when it comes to diversity, creating a business where they can see themselves, where they want to be employed.
Yeah. And, we made the funny example in rehearsals, like my son watches Bob the Builder, not Barbara the Builder. And so that messaging is coming in so early, like right from, he's watching that when he's 3, right? So that messaging, the stereotypes come in very, very early. and then it gets harder to deconstruct them, I think, as we go forward. Nadim, your thoughts?
I agree fully. Perception is reality,
Yes.
and we need to start from where people are.
Yeah.
I think just listen to what we've been talking about so far in the summit. There's so much that we have that actually touches people in a positive way, also young people. If we can package that message and project it to them from where they are right now. I think that the younger demographic have a very traditional view, as we've said, about the industry. I think also purpose is more important for younger people. And so being able to be more clearly able to project the fact that you need to have our industry in order for us to be able to develop as a society, to make that connection and talk about the sustainability journey and the cool challenges and the opportunity to work in environments, collaborating with people from different backgrounds to be able to do good things is really important.
Yeah, I mean,
so starting from where they are, I think, is really important.
Yeah, I mean, and working with some of the companies that I work with in the HR departments and things, and the things people who are coming in to interview for these big companies, I'm talking about some of the biggest companies in Sweden, and people come in and say, who's my manager? What's the diversity of the team?
Right.
What is the values around inclusion? And there's a generation of people coming into the workforce that have questions that a lot of leaders do not have answers for.
And perhaps don't even have those questions or the awareness of those questions. So I've been in quite a few workshops internally where we try and visualize what we want to project as images and messages to people, but we're not that target group. So you do need to start from where they are to understand their perceptions and be able to then conjure the right image, which is reflective of what we're doing.
Yeah. It's really interesting to me. And let's now just switch over. It's same topic. How do we attract more women? So, Maria, can you share your perspectives on how we can make a fast change on this? Because, when we were listening to, I listened to the CECE podcast where your CEO did a fantastic talk. Highly recommend that you listen to it. She was talking about, our current journey. We are 200 years is the timeline to gender parity in the construction industries. So what can we do as an enabler to speed this process up?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think first of all, it's recognizing that this is going to be a long journey. We've been at it for a few years now, especially in Boss Ladies as a project. And it takes time. This is an industry that's been stagnated for so many years, and it's been a male-dominated space for so many years. So we're not going to change it tomorrow. However, there are obviously places where we can start and where we have to start. I want to highlight the two last obstacles from the circle we were just talking about, the finding an apprenticeship and the tone that the women experience when they are at the work site, because those are so crucial if we have to get more women into this area. We did a study, or one of our partners in the project did a study last year where we looked at, because saying can be obvious sometime at least that, but it can also be a struggle for a guy to go out and find an apprenticeship when they're doing their training. But what we looked at in the study was actually that 27% of the women that applied for an apprenticeships were denied and had to drop out of school, as opposed to only 12% of the male in the same. Yeah, exactly. And that's just not okay, especially when we started the project in Denmark. What we saw was that we were going to lack in 2030 17,000 skilled workers in the construction and building industry. So we can't afford to say, we can't hire women. Also, it's against the law, obviously.
Yeah.
At the other side, we also really have to tackle this idea of what the women, when they are out on the work site, what it is that they have to go through. We have so many examples of this tone being so rough on them and so sexually offensive. And it counts everything from rape jokes to not being able to use a toilet when they're out on site because there are no facility for them. We have stories of women walking around all day long, not being able to use a toilet, not like having their used like tampons in their pockets because they can't dispose of them anywhere. But it's also just having constantly to prove themselves all the time that this is a sector that they belong in, that they want this job, because there's so many things pointing to them saying, you don't belong here.
Yeah, and to go all the way through and get to the point where you can't get an apprenticeship, you get through all of the obstacles and get to there. is truly heartbreaking. Yeah. So, you know, this is where I see, excuse me, like policies like incentives for hiring females, financial incentives for employers, subsidies. There can be a lot of mechanisms that come in to make a quick adjustment there. And I think when we see a pain point or a pressure point like that, that's where I think the government or, you know, the next level of leadership can come in and create, like, let's get rid of this bottleneck. Let's take away this barrier to entry. Because if we can open it up, for me, that's where the domino effect is. If we suddenly had twice as many women entering the industry for 5 years, what would the effect of that be as compound interest for the next 10 and the next 10?
Yeah, I agree. I think at the same time there's a little bit of a fine line between, let's say, measures that can be seen as quotering. Yes. Because then you go away from the grain that actually I come here with my own absolute value and contribution into that. Yeah. But I agree. And I think it starts with, one is recognizing the problem, but then going into action. And I think that you need to start by creating a sense of urgency. So again, a little bit the structural piece, setting an ambitious target from the beginning, which you follow up, and then go deep on in terms of where are the data points, where are the bottlenecks, being able to have dialogues around that, which is then moving into the softer side, making it a part of your everyday narrative. And sharing learnings, also being open about the fact that this is new. As you say, it's a long journey. It's built on blind spots and unconscious bias. So you need to get this out there in order to be able to get the real learnings and go from window dressing to specific actions. There's also a risk if you don't go for the discussion and understanding that you can get the inflow in, the diversity up in the short term, but then it's just going to bounce back because the behaviors will continue the same and then women won't stay, for example. So you do need to work across the piano in this longer term.
I think understanding, if I can just comment on that really, you mentioned also earlier that perception is reality, and I think that's such a crucial point, and I think this need for actually opening up, because I don't think that necessarily that this is something that people do to be mean or to say, oh, we really want to keep the industry this way. What we experience when we do workshops, when we work with the companies, when we work with the schools, is that they have no idea what it is actually like. No one's ever told them before. So what we do is that we bring out the stories from the women that we work with to actually highlight what does it look like. And then when that story's been told, what we often see is such a willingness to obviously change it, to obviously say, okay, we had no idea that this was going on. Fantastic. Of course we're going to change something about this. Of course we're going to clear out the toilet that's been used as a locker room or like a storage room because there's been no girls in the school for 10 years. Of course we're just going to clear it out, and then we've sold like such a small thing, but which creates such a huge impact on these women's daily life.
And you know, I think elements of here is privilege and difficulty with privilege. You don't know you have it. And if you then split it and say, okay, you enjoy working here, what about your daughters? Why wouldn't you bring your daughters into this environment and then spin off from there? I think there's a lot of unraveling and learning that you can take. I
mean, unconscious bias is such a big piece of this puzzle. And, you know, when we talk about that apprenticeship example, when someone decides not to choose a female apprentice, what are the assumptions they're making about that person? That they're not strong enough, they're not resilient enough, that what, you know, most people don't even know they have their bias, right? That's why it's called unconscious bias.
And everyone has bias as well. So I think that's also something that's inclusive. So there is a risk that we can push this too much purely to gender. But we have, as we were talking about, diversity. Everyone can come in with broader perspectives if we can work on this unconscious bias.
And I mean, this is one of the things that I love to do is to talk about, just give people a laundry list of diversity, you know, neurodiversity, political views. I mean, there's so many. Ethnicity, your cultural values. There's so many things you bring to a team. You know,
and talk about an environment that you've been in where you felt that you weren't able to put your voice on.
Absolutely.
That's an interesting one.
I'm really curious about the poll results. And Sabrina, if you're ready, I would love to cross to you now and see what the audience has to say about diversity.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. Before I show you the results, It's just a small message to everyone. We want to hear from you. Keep the engagement and the interaction going. We're loving getting all the comments, all the feedback, all the perspective, all the insights. So continue to tweet us. Make sure to use our hashtag #WeMakeToBuild, and tag our Twitter account, which is CC_Europe, and keep sending through your questions on Slido as well as on Twitter. So be sure to do that. And now I will bring up the results to the poll that we ran on how do you see diversity being actively improved in the construction sector. And a vast majority, 78%, have said all of the above. And 22% is highlighted fostering an inclusive organizational culture. Back to you, Malcolm.
Really interesting. Thank you, Sabrina. So that inclusion part, right? 22% of the audience says, hey, if there's no inclusion, it's not going to work. But it's obviously something the industry's picking up on now. And one of the things that I see as a driver for the construction industry is that we can move people from just thinking about working on a building site, which is where the mind naturally goes. We see someone in a hard hat, that you can work in data mining. You can be working with AI. There's so much other ways you can work in the construction industry, and some of the role modeling can come in from, the non-construction side, or and I think I'd like now just to jump to you, Nadim, because your work at Epiroc, working in a company with a female CEO, an excellent representation of women on the board, not 50-50, but really good, moving towards 50-50. So how have you seen the conversation evolve inside your organization or inside the industry over your years in it?
I think it's reflected in the fact that we're talking about it here. I think the conversation absolutely is involved or evolved and accelerated, actually. So people realize more and more that this is a gap that needs to be filled, a challenge for the industry, for the long-term health of the whole industry. And we see this coming from all our stakeholders. We see it from customers, for sure. Mm-hmm. Partly wanting to talk about it and share learnings and experiences, but also even to know what we're doing as part of tender documents for bigger deals. Yep. We see it from our owners, for sure, and shareholders and analysts more and more. We see it from competitors. Yep. We see it, so it's happening more and more. And I think it's partly because of what we're talking about, the gap in what we need in terms of talent into the industry in order to fulfill our obligations and potential moving forwards. I think also it's a little bit that we want to have workforces that reflect society's demography as a whole. Yeah. That kind of makes sense, right? And to reach out to the full talent pool in that perspective as well. But I think also what's interesting is we get to see more evidence and data around how performance increases. So safety incidents go down. The more diversity you have, the more women you have in teams working on sites, etc. Maintenance costs go down as well. So there's even a more direct economic benefit for the companies, even short term.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, and one thing you touched on there, is like having that talent pool. What I'd also love to highlight is that there's less men going into the construction industry as well. So that talent pool, is going to have to become more diverse, because there's a lot of young people that are now looking for other kind of ways of spending their time than traditionally, and I'm an old man, classic example here, but when I left school, your options were basically two things, which is you go to university or you did a trade. And the amount of people that went to university in 1983 and I graduated was probably 10% of the group, and everyone else went into trades. But that is not the reality of the marketplace now. So I think we have a question coming in from the audience. Sabrina, would you like to share the audience question, please?
Coming on Slido for Maria. Do you agree that promoting digital technologies in construction will attract more women to this sector?
Yes, I do. I believe it will attract more women, but I also believe that it will just attract more young people, as we were just talking about, that it's really for where we stand and from what I see, it's also about like how, as I mentioned earlier, what is the narrative? What is it that we promise these people that they can work with? And I think this sustainability journey that you were just mentioning is such a huge part of it, like letting young people know that being in this industry is also actually aiding this journey that we now are all of us facing, that we have to engage in somehow, like making the changes, making more sustainable choices, also when it comes to construction. But I think also one of the parts about the digital focus in the construction industry is also taking away some of the focus on the very physical part of it. Obviously, some women, and it's always when we talk about diversity and also when we talk about gender diversity, it's some women, but some women are more attracted to the idea of working in construction, focusing not so much on the physical part, but more on a combination where they can combine the trait that they and the skills that they have, but also with something a little less physical and more maybe demanding of other capacities of their training.
And I think that you take away that women aren't strong enough to work in construction. You bring women into cultures that are not necessarily that workplace culture that you talked about, where they receive so much negative energy that they probably exit the industry quite quickly as well. So it's also about retaining that talent once it comes in. We had another question come in from the audience, Sabrina. What was that?
So this is a question for both Maria and Nadim. Do you think diversity in companies is important on all levels of the organization? And thank you for your interesting presentation.
Fantastic. What a great question for us to finish on. Nadim?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I think it needs to be everywhere. Again, playing the piano also. I think it's wonderful the work that's being done to start very early and increase the flow throughout, which is, as I understand, a little bit perhaps more the bottom-up approach. I think that's absolutely valid, but I think at the same time we need to, let's say, work on this at all the different levels in the company in order to create this renewal and this diversity, inclusion, creativity moving forward. So all levels is really important.
Your thoughts?
I agree completely, because I think often the danger can be that we have to work with diversity and we have to have more women in boards, for instance, especially when we talk about construction industries. I think what you're really doing well in Epiroc is saying, okay, we also have to look at the production. We have to make sure that actually in production we also see different representation here, because we all come with these lived experiences that creates this unique pool of talent that, as you mentioned, Nadim, will bring so much to the company in terms of understanding, but also in terms of like the financial side of it. So I think it's so important that we don't just focus on we have a female CEO, for instance, and then we can tick that box, but that we let it trickle down through all the levels of the company.
Fantastic.
I think if I may add just one little point, I think at the same time it's important to prioritize and get granular. So the risk when you say at all levels, all roles, is that you go and you spread yourself too thin. I think it's really good to look at your data and say, where are my really weak spots?
Yes, fantastic.
Like I say, in production, service, for example. And that's one of the learnings that we did and why we said double operational roles. Because actually the other roles were not bad.
No.
Great.
But there we really need to make the difference. So I think absolutely the all levels, but make it specific.
Otherwise it's so interesting what you say there, is because, that the availability of those roles also feeds back, to what people study at university. All these kinds of different things. So it's a huge discussion. We only touched the tip of the iceberg. Nadim and Maria, thank you so much for joining me. My favorite topic to talk about. Really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
So fantastic discussion. We're going to have a quick commercial break and then we'll return with the forecasting part of the event.
We're going to build a sustainable future, and the entire construction industry needs to transform. We have a proven competency in taking whole industries from hydraulic to electric, including flight simulation, avionics, and material handling. Our fully integrated system for all electric and zero emissions equipment includes IoT-connected electronic control modules and flexible modular hardware, including electric linear actuators, traction motors, and servo drives, all designed for reliability in harsh environments. The system includes an integrated safety architecture and powerful software for adding the latest functionality to all your models. Our ability to convert a compact diesel machine to all electric in less than 5 months has impressed the industry. We also offer smart electro-hydraulic solutions for larger machines. We engineer and manufacture the right system with just what you need to differentiate your brand, making Moog the partner to take you on the journey of transformation. Electrification is the future of next-generation machinery. Find out more today.
In industries where mistakes can be very costly, it's important to get things right first time. But when there are thousands of different option combinations, creating millions of buildable configurations, it becomes very hard to manage. Configit's patented virtual tabulation technology brings order to this complexity. Virtual tabulation compiles every possible configuration scenario and then compresses that data into a very small file so that it can be used by everyone on your team. Sales can create quotes quickly and accurately from practically anywhere. For manufacturing, service, and engineering, it means less costly mistakes, more efficient service, and faster time to market. Say goodbye to incorrect configurations and hello to virtual tabulation from Configit.
Leica Geosystems now offers a new awareness solution for the heavy construction industry. The PA80 solution integrates with MC1 and ensures better visibility on site. The operator is made aware of workers on the ground as well as surrounding machines. Workers on the ground wear a tag that will warn them with visual, audible, and vibratory feedback when entering configurable zones around machines. Workers and machine operators can activate a panic alert that will be shared with surrounding machines. The machine operator receives visual and audible warnings on the in-cabin display.
Take the guesswork out of earthworks. Work smarter and faster to maximize profit with highly productive, integrated, and innovative earthwork solutions from Trimble. Optimize and manage operations and create accurate bids even when delays and schedule changes impact your forecast. Create accurate and integrated 3D constructible models for machines and field crews. Merge multiple data sources. Analyze on-site soil conditions and optimize mass haul plans to move dirt more efficiently. Eliminate stakes and perform a range of measuring and positioning tasks right on site using detailed in-field 3D designs. Wirelessly access data to calculate progress and communicate work orders to avoid rework and delays. Get to grade faster with less rework. Excavate more accurately and maximize cycle times, while you simultaneously monitor all the trucks and materials coming in and out of your site. Achieve accuracy down to the centimeter, while also reducing over and undercutting, even when using less experienced operators. Wirelessly share map data between compactors, helping to maximize the accuracy of your target pass count and ensure complete coverage over the entire project area. Take the guesswork out of earthworks with Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
Welcome back, and thank you for all of your questions and comments. We really appreciate the participation. We have people joining from Sweden, from Turkey, from so many different places, and for us it's very exciting to be engaged in the community this way. And now we're moving to the economic forecast and planning part of the summit. And every year this is one of the most popular areas because, of course, it's one of the most important areas for us to be aware of. And our first speaker for this session will be Chris Slight, who's the Managing Director of Off-Highway Research. And Chris is recognized as one of the world's leading authorities on the global construction equipment markets. He holds an honours degree in civil engineering, and since joining the KHL Group in 1997, he's edited 2 of the leading magazines for the industry. And since 2018, Chris has been the Managing Director of Off-Highway Research Consultancy. So Chris has kindly recorded for us his presentation because he didn't want to have any problems with Wi-Fi or dropouts or anything. So it's now time to watch Chris's presentation. Please roll the video.
Hello, I'm Chris Slight of Off-Highway Research, and I'm going to give a very brief presentation about the state of the global construction equipment industry and where we see it going in the next few years. The global market, if you went back 2 years, we were expecting a cyclical downturn. We'd had 2 good years in 2018 and 2019, and there were plenty of signs that the market had peaked and was starting to downturn just towards the end of 2019, actually. So we were expecting a fairly soft landing. Construction activity was still good, but clearly there was a little bit of a correction to happen in the market. COVID struck then, of course. But what happened in China was very big stimulus measures were put in place at the provincial level. And at the global level, in terms of equipment sales, that actually means not only that the decline was lessened, there wasn't even any decline. So the market stayed at a very high level last year. What we're seeing this year, those volumes in China are more or less sticking around, but we've seen a very, very strong rebound in many other parts of the world. And that means we expect to see a record number of construction machines sold in 2021. That doesn't happen by itself, and one of the positives around that is the climate of low interest rates. And one of the changes in the pandemic, of course, with many white-collar workers working from home, that's very positive for the residential building sector. Either people are moving to new, bigger houses so they have home office space, or they're extending their existing properties. And that is, of course, very positive for compact equipment sales. There is a problem, of course. I'm sure everybody who's watching this is feeling it, that there are issues in supply chains in getting components. And then partly that's caused by the shipping and logistics problems that we're seeing, which is also a factor. But then, of course, when a machine is finished, we're talking about a global industry here, and it's very hard to get the machine to the end customer. So the result of that is the supply of machines is far below the demand that we're seeing outside in the marketplace from customers. So that means that even though we're seeing a record year this year, it could have been much, much higher if that demand could have been met. I suppose the positive of that is that the high volumes we're seeing this year are expected to extend into 2022. I think the other point to make about this, I'm sure everyone's aware, it's not just a construction equipment thing. These supply chain shortages are a feature of many industries. Many parts of the automotive industry are seeing it, but it's kind of a feature of the world today. You see it in construction with shortages of things like cement and timber, and there are also labour supply issues in construction. So the medium-term outlook beyond 2022 is good. I'll come on to that a little bit later. But it very much, at that point, we feel it very much depends on the policy response and fundamentally governments resisting the urge to go into austerity mode too soon or too harshly. But just looking at the markets, just to kind of give you a picture of what I was talking about, this was kind of what we were looking at, as I said, 2 years ago. This was our forecast with a gentle landing. The market was turning down, but we saw these very high volumes remaining and about a 5% decline in 2020. What happened was there was no decline, possibly a small uptick. And as I said, that's all about China. And then this year, with China staying strong and record and a rebound, we expect to see record sales. So China, this is what happened. Again, 2 years ago, the market was turning. It had already turned down effectively in 2019, and we were expecting a decline from what had been a good year or two and pretty decent volumes. With all that provincial stimulus that was put in place, the market shot up 30% last year. It was still strong in the first quarter of this year, but very clear signs of a slowdown have set in. So we're now expecting a modest decline in sales in 2021 before the market falls back to, what you would call more natural levels. So looking at the global picture and stripping China out, this is what happened. Instead of that soft landing in 2020, we saw a decline of 12%, which I mean, given what COVID felt like in March and April last year, the initial expectation was for a much, much steeper decline. People were talking about 20 to 30%. So in the context of what it could have been, and many of the audience will remember the global financial crisis, That's not the worst downturn that this industry has had to deal with. And the volume did remain pretty good, still above this rather stagnant period in the early 2010s. So certainly not as bad as it could have been. And then, as I said, a very strong rebound this year, taking the market back up to 2019 kind of levels, and probably continuing on into next year and hopefully over the medium term as well. So this is what it looks like. The peak in 2019, the highest the market had been since this boom period in the late 2000s, when the market frankly was overheating. So we'd reached a very, very good volume. Then this downturn, by our measure of the market, was about 16% last year. So again, yes, a big downturn, but volume still reasonable, and certainly nothing like what we'd seen just over a decade before. Then this year, the rebound is of the order of 15 to 16%. Obviously, we won't really know till the year closes out, but pretty much coming back to the kind of volumes that we saw in 2019, and then probably some more growth again next year. We expect to take the market just above that level. So really quite a healthy situation in Europe. The structure of the market in Europe has changed a lot. You have to look at this over quite a long scale, but we've seen some traditional machine types like backhoe loaders and skid steer loaders diminish in popularity. And the market has really gravitated towards the excavators of various types, mini, crawler, and of course wheeled excavators are important in some markets. Wheel loaders have always been popular, and the telescopic handler has come through since really starting to gain ground in the 90s. So if you look at those equipment types, you're really talking about 90 to 95% of the market, and this others area is predominantly the bigger machines, the heavier earth-moving machines like dozers, graders, and dump trucks, not sold in very high numbers, but more important from a value point of view because they're big-ticket items. So that's the trend that we've seen in Europe over the last 3 decades or so, and we sort of more or less see that as sort of a mature state of the market. So in summary, a decline of about 15-16% last year, not as bad as it could have been, and good equipment volumes overall. A strong bounce back again, and really it is all about machine availability. As I said at the start, if more machines were available and if the industry didn't have the headaches it does have, I'm sure the market could have been much higher in 2021. I think the final point, and obviously this is kind of another presentation in itself, is the situation with Brexit, not just affecting the UK, but Ireland as well. Although Ireland is, of course, still a member of the EU, I think you have to accept that the two economies are pretty closely intertwined. So the other major region I wanted to look at today was North America. And again, a very robust recovery has started there already. This is what it looked like. Not too much of a downturn last year, about 8%. And that was from a record high volume, just a little bit higher than was seen in the 2000s. And we see that bouncing back up to a new high probably this year and then going on ahead. I think the point I would make about North America is the emphasis is very, very much on volume, because this is really all about compact equipment at this stage. What's happened over the years, again, a similar scale to what I showed for Europe. You had traditional machines back in the 90s like skid steer loaders and backhoe loaders that have really diminished in popularity over that period. Mini excavators have come through and taken a firm foothold. And you've also seen compact track loaders emerge. So, in other words, a tracked variant of skid steer loaders. They've taken over a lot of the sales that the wheeled skid steer loaders used to have, but they have also established new applications and new markets because they can perform slightly differently. The tracked undercarriage makes them very good on soft ground, so that opens up new applications. And then the other mainstream equipment types, crawler excavators and wheel loaders, are fairly solid. Telescopic handlers have come through a little bit, although not to the same extent as they have in Europe. But the point I would make is, these three bottom categories, skid steer, compact track loaders, and mini excavators, are really the classic compact machines. And in the mid-90s, you're talking about 30 to 35% of the market. If you look at where that is now, you're up above 60%. So that really does emphasize that, yes, volumes are very, very high in North America, but this volume growth has very much come from the compact sector, and that's been driven by residential construction. So anyway, this is our outlook. As I said, record sales this year, pretty strong sales next year, and a bit of a step down. That's really about China falling away. And while there's growth in other places like North America and a few others I haven't had time to touch on, such as India, the market will step down a little bit. But the point I would make is, in this sort of 2-decade history, there are 2 previous times when the market got above about 1 million units per year, in the late 2000s, and then in the 2011s, 2010, 2011, with all the stimulus that went in China. And that peak lasted a year or, maybe 2. We're now in a 4th year of this very, very high volume. We expect a 5th year next year, and then going forward, maybe another 3. So if this forecast is correct, this 8-year peak would be absolutely unprecedented in the market. It's obviously very good news, but it's also dangerous, because what a peak like this does is it builds and builds the population of machines in the marketplace. So when a downturn in activity comes, good luck selling a new machine, because there'll be lots and lots of young machines in the marketplace that can take on the work. So yes, this is positive, but it's also, I think, potentially building up a threat that we maybe need to be aware of. Beyond that, we're going to get back to normal, and it's a question of how strong the global economy will be. I think it's an issue when all the job protection and business support goes, because there will be an enormous bill to pay for COVID. There are obvious concerns that unemployment and government debt would be problematic. Really, when a big deficit gets built up, every government in every country of the world has the same 3 tools to tackle it. They can cut spending, they can raise taxes, and they can wait and let inflation do some of the work for them. That's the situation we're absolutely going to find ourselves in when, normal returns. And so that will be negative for economic growth, and therefore negative for the construction equipment market. In some countries, that may come quite quickly, because not everyone can kind of buy their way out of trouble. The positive is that interest rates are likely to remain low for some time, and that could still be positive for the residential market. But the question is, how long will the stimulus last? And almost by definition, when stimulus ends, you're into austerity mode. What happened last time around, I think there are some lessons in that China did too much too quickly and stopped too soon, and built itself a boom and bust that led to 5 very painful years in the early 2010s for the construction equipment market. So yeah, it was great while it lasted. China built a high-speed rail network almost overnight, but following that, there was a very bleak period and a lot of problems in the industry as a result of that. And frankly, the rest of the world didn't do anything last time around, went too quickly to austerity mode, and really prolonged the economic weakness from the events of the late 2000s, stretched out 5, 6, 7 years into the 2010s with very poor economic growth. So they're the 2 extremes, and the ideal is somewhere in the middle. But as I said, there will be a slump at some point, and there are issues around that that are specific to this industry, relating to the big machine population that's kind of being built up now. The final thing I just want to touch on is the new normal. You have to say new normal in any presentation you give over the last 18 months. And what this means is the changes that we've been forced to adopt as a society, to what extent will they stick? So will we travel as much? We've done 18 months, 2 years of video conferencing. It's worked pretty well. Who needs all the time, the cost, the jet lag, all the carbon of air travel? So there may well be less need for everything that goes with that in terms of bricks and mortar, the airports, the hotels and the restaurants and so on. Similarly, will we all go back to our offices to the same extent we were? Probably not. And certainly if you're a CEO looking at the bill that you might have been paying for a gleaming city centre office in London, you'd probably be quite happy not to have that cost. So again, that impacts on bricks and mortars. Do you need office buildings? Do you need commuter infrastructure? All those kind of things. We've also had to, retail almost exclusively online in some cases. And again, that habit may stick permanently for many people after 18 months of being forced to do it. So do you need as many of those sort of town centre things like shops and cafes and the local infrastructure that goes with them? So I think, you can argue about all of these, but I think to a certain extent, all of those things will stick to some degree. And the reason that's important is if these structures aren't needed, you don't build new ones, and therefore you sell fewer construction machines. All these building types that I've mentioned, and we see the biggest threat is non-residential. So that's not necessarily the equipment that off-highway research covers particularly. It's more things like tower cranes, material hoist, piling equipment, maybe concrete equipment. So if you're in those areas, there may be a cause for concern. I think there may be an upside for a little while with a strong residential market continuing in this climate of low interest rates. But we certainly see a concern from the new normal. So that's it. If you have any questions, please speak up now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, Chris, for that presentation. Much appreciated. And what we'll be doing in this panel is we'll be having each speaker talk, excuse me, and then we'll go to a question and answer session at the end. So I'd really like to encourage you right now to jump on and give us your questions, but also give us your comments. I think it's also important when we're gathered together as a community that we not only share our questions, but we actually share our comments. How do you see it? How do you see the forecast moving forward? What are your thoughts? What are your feelings? We'd love to tap into your knowledge, wisdom, and experience as well. Which leads me to introduce our next speaker, Nicola Di Arpino, Vice President of Sales and Marketing of Construction Equipment Europe at CNH Industrial. He's a mechanical engineer by trade, and over the years he's covered many roles, including purchasing, product quality, dealer development, and he was previously Executive Director and VP of Sales and Marketing for New Holland Construction brand in Latin America. And most importantly, Nicola Di Arpino also represents UNASIA, the Italian Trade Association of Construction Equipment, which he represents at the CECE Steering Group. Nicola, welcome today.
Thank you, everybody. And so far, I would say amazing job for whatever all that we saw, and everything very interesting. And of course, after the explanation of IGA, which is one of the source that we use also to understand and to share what could be the future. Of course, talking about Europe specifically, there was a phenomenon that it's not normal for a maturing market like Europe, that we could see in the slide that Chris showed. If we think about the last 16 years in Europe, we had a peak in 2007 of the market, which was above 180,000 units in terms of construction equipment. After that, with the crisis, Europe suffered a lot. And then in 2019, we had another peak. We arrived at, again, above 180,000. But even then, before the, unfortunately, pandemic that affected everybody around the world, we were already seeing some macroeconomics signals talking about Europe that would lead to a decrease of the market in the next years. But the pandemic problem that unfortunately we all faced has two effects. First of all, the decrease was very quick, as it was shown, and we talked from 2019 to 2020 of 50% decrease of the market of construction. By the way, could be even worse, but the last quarter of 2020 was a recovery of due to all the COVID and governmental support that there was in each country. So the other fact, and very important, that leads us to the 2021 numbers just showed in Europe, that we are now, with the number of August already, above 3.6% of 2019 year to date, which means that without the problems that we are facing in terms of logistic, raw material, and so on, probably this year could be even higher, as mentioned by Chris in his presentation. And it's a very interesting phenomenon because considering Europe is a very mature market in terms of construction business, it never happened. It's something that it's more normal in developing countries where the infrastructure is still needed, but not in Europe. So on one side, we have this critical moment of the COVID, which, by the way, I hope everybody's safe. And we will go through this as far as we can and as quick as we can, because this is the first point that we have to consider for our life and for our employees and our families. But then we have this impact that in Europe never happened. We drop by 50% in 2020, and now we are getting back in less than 1 year to the peak of 2019. With the problems of the logistic and raw material. And we don't even have to forget about the problem that we had with the Suez Canal that, of course, impacted in all logistic, even during the 3 months, but impacted in all the logistic from Asia, but also in the others. So ports waiting, so a lot of delays, which is very interesting. And this leads us to the future. So, of course, this year we are almost at the end. There is different situation, by the way, between each of the region in Europe. Some country was affected before, other was affected after by the COVID. At the end, all the countries were affected. But this has an impact. And in this moment, we could say that the market in Europe, we have a double-digit growth versus 2018 in a region like Italy, Central and Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, France is not there yet. UK is recovering quickly. And in the DACH area, Germany specifically, we were already in 2018 above the peak of 2007. So saying that, of course, also in Germany, we have the governmental election this year, and we will have to wait to see what is going on in the next year. But considering the fact that not all the market has reached the full potential and the investment that the government is putting in each of the countries for the infrastructure for the next year, probably in Europe we will have 2022 pretty much in line with 2021, and we expect 3 years of growing. But of course we have to take we have to have our eyes open, because in this moment it's also an opportunity. So there is a lot of rental units. It's an opportunity to buy the machine because we have a lot of incentive. We will have a lot of machine, so we have to keep an eye very open to understand if at some point, because it's cycle, and again, having Europe as a mature market at some point, specifically on the heavy line units, we can have a drop. But for the next, for sure, in 2022, we are not expecting any decrease. But till 2025, we have to keep our eyes open. The forecast is good, but we have to manage and analyzing all the factors year over year.
Fantastic. Look, we really appreciate you giving us an overview of your thoughts. We're going to hear from one more speaker, Nicola, and then we'll come back to you for a question and answer session. So thank you so much, Nicola Di Arpino, for his insights.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Joining me now on stage, Kaspars Briskens. Kaspars, welcome. It's great to have you here. Thanks for joining us in the studio. Looking sharp. So Kaspars is Head of Strategy and Development at Rail Baltica Joint Venture. He's leading this mega projects development, commercialization, and digitalization activities. He's an experienced leader in multimodal connectivity development and a keen interest in intermodal logistics. Sounds very interesting. I know you have a presentation for us to show us what this mega project's all about. So if you'd like to have your presentation now, and then we can have a little panel discussion afterwards.
Fantastic. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you to CECE for giving me the opportunity. I'm honored to be here. And indeed, some of the subjects considered already today deeply echo with the little mega project in our neck of the woods in Northern Europe, the Baltic states, that we're developing. And I'll take a few moments of your time to introduce the project and also to allude, since this is the economic planning and forecasting session, also to some of the economic interdependencies and impacts from this very important railway, mobility and logistics ecosystem development, greenfield infrastructure development in the Baltic states and beyond. I represent the Baltic joint venture that was set up 7 years ago in order to lead the implementation of the project and also the long-term commercialization of Rail Baltica as it emerges, hopefully, as the backbone for a new economic corridor in Northern Europe. So here are some of the features. Of course, geographically, Rail Baltica is being delivered in an environment where currently there's the wide gauge railway network, which is of course interconnected with the wider 1520 railway sphere stretching all the way to Central Asia and beyond. At the same time, it's also on the crossroads between the emerging Arctic corridor and of course Rail Baltica, the greenfield development, will be part of the North Sea Baltic 10T core network corridor, which is, of course, the backbone for Europe's transport connectivity. And what we are developing is the greenfield section stretching almost 900 kilometers of a double track through 3 Baltic states, all the way from Tallinn in Estonia to the Polish-Lithuanian border. And our Polish friends are also developing simultaneously the connectivity between Białystok and the Lithuanian border. So all in all, we aim to create a European gauge corridor. Of course, it will be ERTMS level 2 equipped. We're also looking at the newest 5G developments and hopefully standards emerging also for radio comms, fully electrified speeds for passengers of up to 250, for freight trains of 120, which of course tells that this is a mixed use, highly intense used line. And importantly, again, because we are a greenfield, and I can't emphasize enough the importance and responsibility of being in a greenfield environment, is that we will also develop the so-called Swedish structural loading gauge, which will allow, of course, for higher dimensioned objects and structures along the line, so that we can in the future have more higher dimensioned shipments for freight, for example. We will have 7 international stations, more than 30 regional stations, 3 international intermodal terminals, multiple regional terminals, maintenance facilities. Of course, the catenary system will be very extensive. We will have more than 100 railway viaducts, road viaducts, some of which are already in construction stage. We'll have animal passes and many other structures as part of this development, which is currently in design finalization phase, and the large-scale construction works are starting as we speak. So this year and next year, some of the main international stations are already being built. And of course, mainline construction will start full scale starting from next year and will continue for several years, of course, strongly impacting also your organizations and your members. So going forward, while there are elements of Rail Baltica that can be, of course, captured by quantitative forecasting, such as the number of passengers or the volumes of freight or travel safety improvements, noise abatement, even some of the GDP multipliers coming both from the delivery phase and the jobs created during the delivery phase. And we're looking here at around, more than 15,000 jobs. So, of course, there will be a lot of work for the Baltic construction industry, and as an extension, also a lot of demand for construction machinery. But at the same time, and that's something that's often the invisible part of this kind of economic impact iceberg, are all of these kind of catalytic and induced benefits and impacts that Rail Baltica will create. Starting from the creation of kind of mobility-oriented development around the stations, both international multimodal stations and also regional stations. Rail Baltica will also connect the 4 Baltic regions airports
seaports, regions. So clearly this will be an artery of connectivity both for passengers and freight, and as such will create a lot of spillover effects for the wider economic development, including regional development, industrial development, tourism development, innovation, digitalization, and at the end of the day also the completion of the European single market, as Baltic states historically will be reconnected also with a physical railway connection to the rest of Europe. Very importantly, of course, Rail Baltica as a very important mega project, especially in these very tumultuous times, will also serve as a post-COVID recovery locomotive for the Baltic states. Of course, we are looking, and just like was discussed today, we are looking for some of the construction industry trends converging. And of course, there are certain risks of overheating in the market, also labor shortages in the market, equipment shortages in the market that I hope that CECE members will help us address together with our construction contractors. And as we are embarking on this kind of large-scale contracting, especially for the mainline construction, of course, this kind of strategic cooperation between the construction contractors for Rail Baltica and construction equipment manufacturers will be crucial. And here, again, there are multiple factors on how Rail Baltica will promote a more resilient economy following the COVID more intense phases. And again, Baltic states are currently not doing so well in terms of managing the COVID situation, but things will hopefully improve. And Rail Baltica will, of course, be one of the elements which will drive these economies out of any kind of recessionary downward pressures. But of course, we understand the important responsibility and the importance of also deriving synergies from Rail Baltica, because for us, Rail Baltica is not just a construction project, it's not just a railway project, but it is a much wider development of a connectivity and mobility ecosystem with interlinkages in the wider economy. And one critical principle, and I'm sure that members of CECE are very well aware of that, but in the Baltic states, we are trying to pioneer that concept, especially in a project of such complexity, is what we call the Dig Once infrastructure synergies. So in other words, we're not just delivering a rail line, we want to also co-deliver other types of infrastructure. For example, the digital corridor, including 5G infrastructure, high-capacity fiber infrastructure, energy infrastructure, industrial interconnections, also defense interconnections, and of course, as such, serve as a wider catalyst and platform for economic development. And then to conclude, I wanted to show this slide is a bit of it's very concentrated in different logos, but if you take a look at the left side, and I'm actually very, very proud of that picture, because that picture keeps growing, and by the time Rail Baltica is finished, there will be no more space on that slide. So that represents the international contractors that Rail Baltica has had so far. So these are the companies with whom, in different elements of project implementation, we have already signed the contracts. And they are working hand in hand with more than 100 local companies, local Baltic companies. And as such, we are promoting Rail Baltica as a very transparent, very open, very internationalized project where we're trying to capture the best know-how internationally by bringing along international contractors, and of course also making sure that that knowledge transfers in the Baltic states and lays the foundation also for a Baltic railway industry and the supply chain for the future. And here, again, from our procurement perspective, and we are a public procurement organization, so anything we do is in public procurement, but we try to make sure always that our procurements are transparent, that our procurements are available in English, full information, and our joint venture, the working language is English. So all the different participants in the market can capitalize on these opportunities. And again, as this picture shows, we have had some success in generating interest from international companies and contracting them. And one of the reasons why we have been successful in attracting such a very global representation is that we have developed over the years very deep relationships with mostly Europe's, but there are also global players there, institutional partners. Starting from the national railway associations across Europe, all the way to UIC, and we are a member of UIC, the global railway organization, CER, the Association of European Railway Companies, and many others including shift to rail, which is the driving force behind railway innovation. Someone mentioned that, of course, construction is a conservative industry that is being rapidly digitalized. So railways, I would say, is an extremely conservative industry that's currently going through digitalization. And shift to rail, of course, is one of the leading forces. And Rail Baltica, as a greenfield mega project, is one of the opportunities to put in place all of these kind of technologically ready innovations to put them into good use. So I'm very happy that following this event, I will include also CECE logo on this slide, and hopefully this will be a strategic relationship for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's take a seat, if you wouldn't mind, and we can begin having a discussion between all of these forecasting experts on what all of this means. And I'm really, really pleased to see the questions rolling in. So I'll immediately jump to our hyper-moderator, Sabrina, to give us the first question. And I think the first question's for Chris.
That's right. Thank you very much, Malcolm. The first question is for Chris. So coming in on Slido, we have a question for Chris, which is, how much risk do you see in the default of large Chinese residential developers for the Chinese market, but also for international markets?
Yeah, interesting one. I've been asked this a lot in the last couple of weeks. I think, very clearly a reference to Evergrande, I believe the largest Chinese real estate developer, which is in a lot of financial difficulty and unable to meet its debt obligations. I think the issue here is the Chinese government fundamentally will not let this company collapse and destroy the entire Chinese real estate market and give us another 2008 all over again. That doesn't mean the Chinese government is necessarily going to rescue it and bail it out, but I think it will find a way of managing it in a way that's sort of orderly rather than chaotic. And just, maybe the company will be saved, maybe it'll get broken up. But the point is the Chinese real estate market is so big, and the Chinese government is a fairly astute economic operator, that I think the risk of a catastrophic Lehman Brothers type event is quite remote. But there is clearly a bubble that's being built up in Chinese real estate, and the air needs to be let out of that gently rather than that balloon bursting.
Thank you. And Sabrina, we also have a question for Nicola.
For Nicola. So what is CNH's definition of heavy line?
Okay. When we talk about heavy line, we are talking about crawl excavators, we are talking about wheel loaders, we are talking about dozers, we are talking about graders. So mainly the definition between heavy and compact line is from excavators to dozer, grader again, and wheel loader. And then for compact line, we are discussing about TLBs, skid steer loaders, compact truck loaders, compact wheel loaders. So this is the definition. So the heavy line, so talking about the excavators, the wheel loaders, the dozers, the graders are the ones that are more used to work in the infrastructure business. Meanwhile, usually the compact line we use for maintenance and work in the city.
You're really interesting to see how different organizations have a different distinction of that. So you see this question coming up. What do you mean by this? Kaspers, I'd like to just jump to you for a question, because when we talk about the level of innovation that's coming in, 5G, etc., how do you convince political bodies to engage in this without them seeing innovation as like a gimmick, but to actually engage in these mega projects? I mean, this project is so huge. How do you see that, that process going?
Thanks, Malcolm. It's a very important question. In the Baltic states, we've never experienced a project of this scale and complexity. So that's why we call it the Baltic project of the century. And oftentimes, when you look at the project implementation triangle, where you have the time schedule, when you have the investment cost, if you will, and then you have the scope, oftentimes the focus is on time. Everyone is asking, including the politicians, when is it going to be built? And then, how do you minimize the investment cost? Despite the fact that, of course, Europe generously co-finances this project. Up to 85% of the funding to the project comes from the European Union. Yeah. So by innovation, we believe as a project implementer that this is a fundamental part of the scope and quality of the infrastructure that we are developing. Mm-hmm. I mean, we have all the designs, and of course, the construction and the future asset management will be BIM-based. We'll have the digital twin. We have all these 5G technologies around the corner, including as part of our ERTMS system for radio comms, for customer use in the future. We have all of these emerging sensor technologies, for condition-based maintenance and, improved maintainability of the line in the future, but also at the same time, different commercial opportunities emerging. And some of those also have important sustainability benefits. For example, use of automated regional freight terminals and the integration between different modes of transport. Again, railway is not a silo. It is interconnects with trucking, with airside, with seaside, and innovation is the glue that holds all of that together.
It's a fantastic answer, because one of the things that you're really saying is that innovation just creates so much possibility to design, build, and execute better, so that in the design, in the construction phase, even what you attempt to do, the innovation is really making an impact.
Absolutely, and that's why we're very happy that, of course, on the European level, through all of these high-level digital transformation, green transformation initiatives, it also kind of puts the political commitment there to use these railway and other mega projects, to derive these digital benefits. And one of the examples that I mentioned is that, when we are developing a whole new railway corridor, it is important to use that opportunity to also co-deliver the digital corridor. And of course, that will unlock a lot of opportunities far beyond just the railway use of that infrastructure.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I just have to compliment you on the scale of this, because when you put your slides up, when I see the scale, how many people are involved, the complexity, it just blows my mind. It's amazing to think about how to manage such a mega project. Sabrina, we have one more audience question before we finish the panel. Would you share that with us, please?
Absolutely. This is a question for Nicola as well. Is there interest in other European areas to implement similar projects than Rail Baltica?
Sorry, can you ask me again, Sabrina? I didn't understand well.
I think it might be a question for Casper.
Oh, for Casper. Yeah, my apologies. It is it's a question for Casper. Yes.
Well, I guess anyone can chip in on this one. Yeah. There are many kind of mega projects. Some of the flagship initiatives in Europe are, for example, the Fehmarnbelt connection between Denmark and Germany. Then we have the Brenner Base tunnel infrastructure between Italy and Austria. We have the Lyon-Turin high-speed connectivity. Poland is developing their kind of solidarity transport hub, which is a new airport and a high-speed railway hub, so the mobility heart of future Poland. So there are many of these examples. There's also one project that hopefully, it's not yet in a very practical stage, but at least there's strategic planning taking place, and is also strongly connected to Rail Baltica, which is a potential fixed connection between Tallinn and Helsinki, Estonia and Finland. So this shows, of course, much like in other parts of the world, that Europe needs to have that ambition of delivering these critical missing infrastructural elements, not only to complete the TEN-T network, but also to use the infrastructure as catalyst for further economic integration and sustainable development.
Super interesting. Gentlemen, I'm afraid we're out of time. We have so many questions coming in, so I would like to invite you all to jump onto the platform and begin answering some of the questions that are coming in on the platform for us. If you could please join the platform to help. Chris, Nicola, my apologies if we don't have more time for more questions. We could be here all day. Really appreciate you all being here today. Thank you so much.
For the organization, to you, Malcolm, and the colleagues. Really very interesting. And it's very important at this moment after what we face. So thank you for also inviting, and thank you to CECE and UNACEA.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Great. Thank you. So thank you to everybody who participated in that session. We will now take a short break, and then we'll come back to wrap up today's event. Welcome back. It's time to start to bring this ship home. So we're finishing with a closing panel where we're going to look at a number of different things. And joining me in the studio, Nicole Schmidt, Riccardo Viaggi. We're going to have a discussion. But before we do that, we need to have a look at a video that's been given to us by Svenja HAHN. And Svenja is a member of the European Parliament and is the first member of the European Parliament for the German Free Democratic Party. Originally, she's from Hamburg, Germany, and she's a coordinator in the Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Age, which was established in 2020. And since 2020, she's been the first vice president of the European Liberal Forum. And she's going to just talk to us a little bit about the importance of legislation being an enabler of the manufacturing industry rather than a disabler. So if we could please roll the presentation that she kindly recorded for us.
Dear participants of the CECE Summit 2021, my name is Svenja HAHN and I'm a member of the European Parliament for the German Liberal Party, FDP. And I'm sure that you had an interesting conference and good exchanges. And I'm very happy that I can speak to you today, even if it's only digital, because I can give you a brief overview of my views as the responsible shadow rapporteur for the AI Act and the Machinery Products Regulation for my political group, Renew Europe. The machinery sector is one of the strongest industrial sectors in Europe, employing hundreds of thousands of people, and it has been a source of great innovation for a long time and is one of Europe's big economic assets. And this means that we as parliamentarians have a huge responsibility when passing regulations on the sector. And in my opinion, it is important to follow some basic principles and goals. Regulation needs to foster innovation, not hamper it. Therefore, we should always ensure that any regulation remains proportionate. We also need to have clear and easily understandable rules and a level playing field. A fragmentation of the single market is something we need to avoid. Applying harmonized rules all over the EU is essential, especially for small and medium-sized companies. And moreover, red tape must be reduced to a minimum, and we need to ensure not to overburden manufacturers with unnecessary compliance costs. And all regulations must always be based on facts and not on fear. These are principles and goals that I follow in my work as a legislator. Our job is solving actual problems, not raising new ones. And in that regard, I also want to highlight that regulation is not the only way if we want to move forward. What we need is a societal, economic, and political environment that embraces innovation and progress. And that means, for instance, fostering free trade and open markets. Free trade has been a success story for the European Union and its partners in the past decades. And nevertheless, this approach is increasingly under attack. Well, I fully agree that EU trade agreements should be based on our principles and values. I'm also convinced that new agreements are a huge opportunity for positive development in many parts of the world. Free trade is Europe's tool to make its citizens, but also its partners, wealthier and to increase stability and cooperation in the world. Also, internally, there is still a lot to do when it comes to modernizing Europe. Digital skills and education are key to a prosperous future, no matter if we talk about the machinery sector, the broader industry, or society. We need to do everything we can to equip our citizens with the skills needed in the digital era. And finally, let me add some specific remarks on the revision of the Machinery Directive. That has been a central matter of discussion of your today's summit. So, I'm currently working on this legislation on behalf of my political group, Renew Europe, in the European Parliament. And while the Commission's proposal for an AI Act gained very much public attention at the end of April when it was announced, the proposal for machinery products regulation presented the same day was not broadly noticed. But nevertheless, it is one of these pieces of legislation that matter when we talk about making Europe fit for the digital age. A broader regulation of artificial intelligence makes sense to set some fundamental standards and rules. But it's also of highest importance to close loopholes in already existing legislation and to constantly improve it. The Machinery Directive has proven to be effective and is an important cornerstone of our single market. It ensures safety of machinery products and protection for its users, as well as free movement of machinery within the single market. I welcome that the Commission put forward a proposal for the revision in form of a regulation. This is going to strengthen the single market. It is crucial to make sure that the regulation will fully cover emergent digital technologies such as artificial intelligence and robotics, and remains open for further developments. And moreover, I fully support the goals to increase legal clarity, to reduce burdens, and to allow digital documentation. It is important that we improve EU legislation in that direction. But, however, I see some shortcomings in the proposal that we need to work on in the further process. Most importantly, I am not convinced of the Commission's proposal to make a third-party assessment for so-called high-risk machinery mandatory. This new requirement comes with high costs for producers and so for consumers as well. And I do not see evidence that a third-party assessment leads to more safety. Machines that are not complying with our rules or that are placed on the market illegally are indeed a problem. However, penalizing a whole sector for the misconduct of a few actors is not the right way, in my opinion. Instead, we need to strengthen market surveillance in Europe. I'm convinced that the Parliament can and will improve the Commission's proposal concerning this and some other aspects. As I said in the beginning, Europe needs future-orientated and innovation-friendly regulation. And this is the way to go, with the machinery products regulation and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention.
So Svenja HAHN there with some really positive messaging about how she sees that we need to move forward. So joining me in the studio, Riccardo Viaggi, CECE Secretary General. Riccardo is represents the construction equipment sector towards the EU institutions and manages the Brussels office. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here. I'm sure the audience knows you well. Also joining us in the studio, Nicole Schmidt, one of our exhibition partners. Great to have you with us. Nicole has over 25 years experience in the exhibition industry, and at the beginning of 2017 she joined the Borma cluster and has since then played a very important role in developing that brand in Munich and abroad. So thank you for joining us in the studio. So we have a mixed discussion to finish up today. One thing that I would just like to encourage everyone as we go into the last minutes of today's summit is share your thoughts and feelings about what you've seen today. We'd love to have some comments coming in, some feedback from you, so that we can cross to Sabrina and get your final thoughts on today's event. But I just wanted to start first with Nicole, with you and Bauma. And we had a really nice conversation about the role of these kinds of meetings in the industry and how you see their role. So what do you see that they're really important for?
Well, looking at Bauma, first of all, I think it's the platform for the overall industry to meet. Mm-hmm. And it's the engine of the industry. That's where all the innovations are shown, and that's where people talk about it and connect to each other.
Yeah. And obviously, one of the things that happened with the pandemic is this got disrupted a lot. And so I'm sure everybody's racing back to meet in the center here because it becomes sort of the gravitational center of the year for many companies. That's where they want to launch their products. It's where they're going to, release their new marketing. It becomes this central hub. And one of the things that I think, would be really fantastic, because we had this discussion today about bringing younger people in, bringing women into the industry, is also to use these events to showcase the industry to people who are outside of it. Because I think that if you were to walk through one of these, exhibition halls and look at the level of technology, you would have a completely different opinion about what this industry is. Would you agree?
Not only I agree, I really think it's one of the key roles of trade shows, and Bauma in Munich does it so well with a show that also prolongs towards the weekend, where family walk through the halls or through the outdoor area. This is really interesting because they really have a way to showcase the industry as a sector where people can thrive, where kids can work, when kids can learn. So I believe it's one of those added element of a trade show. Then, of course, as an industry association, we value enormously the meeting point from a more commercial marketing point of view that trade shows create. And as Malcolm said, that has been disrupted enormously in the last year and a half, 2 years, and we so much look forward to going back to some kind of normality. And one of the reasons why we're very happy to have our exhibition partners is to give them the visibility that they deserve as that meeting point for the industry.
Yeah. And if you don't mind, Nicole, I just, you sent me some of the headlines of the topics you'll be focusing on at the next event. Is it okay if I share them?
Sure.
Absolutely. So we're looking at the road to zero emissions. So that talks to the sustainability conversation we've had today. Digital construction site. That talks to the innovation part we've had today. Construction methods and materials of tomorrow. Again, looking at, the road ahead. The road to autonomous machines. Mining sustainable and efficient. So we can see innovation and sustainability absolutely driving topics through everything that we're doing now, and having a place to come together and discuss, see, benchmark, speak to people one-on-one about what we actually need, what was going to be the next thing. I think it's a fantastic opportunity. So just really encourage everybody. Do you have any thoughts about, how Bauma can also support its members to, have more networking and more interaction with each other?
Well, that's what we're setting up at the moment, also on a slightly digital site, but digitally. But at the end of the day, what we are working on is really the physical event. Making sure that people meet physically, and like all the topics which you've just shared. That's what we were talking about over the entire day. And there's one topic missing, which I did not share with you, but it's think big. That's
big.
Yes.
Love it.
That's where we have the kids, where we try to show children and females, young children, what they can learn and what they can work in.
Wow.
And I was so happy to hear Maria today. And Professor Weber, he did all what Bauma is going to show. Huh?
Yeah, fantastic. And I love that idea of developing the digital platform so the conversation can begin before the event. You meet people at the event and the conversation continues after. And I think one of the great things about building that kind of platform is it breaks down barriers of making an introduction, or that shyness, can I contact that person? Because maybe calling that person is intimidating, but making a comment on a platform to them is a shorter step to beginning a conversation.
On the other hand, you can only build trust when you know each other physically. I think trust building will never work digitally. Yeah. For me, it doesn't.
I agree. I fully agree. It is important. I think that the the digital conversion that we have been living through in the last 18 months has shown us, as you're saying, Malcolm, that certain things can be facilitated, maybe initiated digitally, but then to close a deal or to start a new commercial partnership, you need the physical interaction, you need a handshake. And it's nice to be back to meeting each other and to understand that handshakes have not gone away, handshakes have not disappeared. Maybe some of us will then use a drop of sanitizer, but we do want to shake hands. We do want to do that in Bauma, in Munich, and in all the other trade shows that are the important meeting points for our industry.
And ultimately, what you're creating is a community, and I think that is the most valuable thing, because when you have a community, that community can come together, solve problems, innovate, continue to make the industry strong. So thank you for everything you do for the industry. That's the real reason we invited you here, is so that we could say thank you to you.
Thank you. We even call it Bauma family, not only community. So we get even closer, and we talk to all our exhibitors over the last months very, very often. You have been talking to them, VDMA, and everybody is just eager to come back to the show.
Great. Now, Ricardo, I'm going to give you the last word today. I don't normally do that, but it's your show, so I have to. But before I do that, I would just like to cross over to our hyper moderator, Sabrina, who's done an incredible job for us today. Just for some closing remarks, Sabrina.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. We do have one little final question for Nicole, which was, what was the biggest challenge in postponing the trade fairs? If she would like to answer that.
Go for it.
The biggest challenge was on the one hand to respect everybody's thoughts on it, and on the second hand is to find a slot on the trade fair grounds, and also to see that the city of Munich is able to postpone it, because there's construction sites working like the subway and so on, and everything is built around the regular date of Bauma, which is always in April. So this time we had to postpone, and we had to clarify if it works, and at the end of the day we are happy that it worked.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So Sabrina, I'd like to jump to you one more time. Any comments on the event for us?
The Twitter and LinkedIn has been so amazing. Thank you to everyone who's been interacting and engaging with us throughout the entire event today online. Thank you for all the likes, the tweets, the retweets, the amazing engagement and continued interaction with us across all the social media channels. And of course, for all your questions, comments, feedback on Slido for all our guest speakers here today. Please do continue to engage and interact. And stay tuned to further updates across all the social media channels for CECE. And if I can actually pull up Slido, you'll be seeing there's some wonderful feedback from some of our attendees saying how happy they were with the sessions and their experience and attending the CECE Summit 2021 today. And it's also been a great, great pleasure being your hyper moderator today. So for the last time, back to you, Malcolm.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Thank you for being my wing woman. Much appreciated. So I promised you the final word, Ricardo. So your final word for CECE Summit 2021.
My final word is, first of all, a very quick comment on the video that we just watched from Svenja HAHN. We know that the machinery regulation is the mother of all regulation. It's the most important piece of legislation we face that on a generational level. And I really strongly welcome her words on making sure that policy making is fact-based. It is evident. It has to be evidence-based. And as the double rapporteur on AI and the machinery products regulation, she will have an amazing opportunity in coordinating those two pieces of legislation. We as an industry body want to inform the debate. We don't want to feed it with lobbying lines, but we do have a responsibility in stating the facts. And so we have already welcomed the first draft report by Rapporteur Stefanets that goes in the right direction. Once again, I welcome her words in making sure that third-party certification does not become the norm, does not become an obligation. And that, again, as an industry organization, is one of our most important missions. One other thing I would like to say is that we have wanted to organize this summit as an hybrid event. Most of the speakers were here in Brussels, where we produced the event, but hundreds of you were online, were comfortably in your office or even your homes, attended free of charge. We believe that was the right decision, and we really want to thank you for the interaction that you have anyway ensured by joining online, by asking questions, by taking part in the polls, by joining the social media conversation. We believe that still is part of the future, as we said, for exhibitions, also for events, congresses, and conferences that as an association we produce every year. That will be part of the mix, and I hope you will join us also on other occasions. One last comment I would like to make is a big thank you to all the crew that has been producing the event, and first of all to the CECE communication team, and of course to the social media team, the video producer, our two moderators for the first time with an hyper moderator in addition to our friend Malcolm now. And one very last thing is once again a thank you to all the sponsors, to Moog, to Trimble, to Configit, and to Hexagon, to our exhibition partners, and the next appointment is for next year, the CECE Congress. Back to you, Malcolm, for your closing remarks, and once again, enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to our sponsors, Configit, Moog, Hexagon, and Trimble, our media partners, our exhibition partners. Really, really fantastic that we have your support on the event, and we hope to have your continued support on the events coming up. So with that, I would like to say a big thank you to all of the guests, all of the speakers. Thank you to you for the audience participation. And until next year, see you next time.